printed in House Journal June 7th. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to Revised Statute Senate Bill 103 amended as printed in House Journal June 4th and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal June 7th. House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 158.
Message from the reviser.
June 7th, we herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bills 18, 27, 32, 103, 146, 169, 199, 242, 243, 289, 291.
Committee reports.
June 7th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1325 be referred to committee whole with favorable recommendation placed on consent calendar. June 7th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1326 be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation. June 7th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1329 be amended as follows: so amended be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 7th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1330 be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 7th, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs, after consideration of merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1327 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. June 7th, Committee on State Veteran and Military Affairs, after consideration of merits, committee recommends the following: HCR 1002 be postponed indefinitely. June 7th, Committee on Finance, after consideration of merits, committee recommends the following: House Bill 1320 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Yeah, we have a
Signing bills.
signing of bills. It's gone. Do you have a copy of that one? That's the House bill. It was here. Yeah. Okay.
Conference committees to report.
First report on the first conference committee on House Bill 1007. This report amends the re-revised bill. To the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, your first conference committee appointed on House Bill 1007 concerning a state apprenticeship registration program in the Department of Labor and Employment and in connection therewith making an appropriation has met reports has agreed upon the following: that the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill, that under the authority granted the committee to consider matters not at issue between the two houses, the following amendments be recommended. Respectfully submitted, House Committee, Representative Sullivan, Chair, and Ortiz. Senate Committee, Senators Danielson, Chair, and Rodriguez. First report on the first conference committee in House Bill 1027. This report amends the re-revised bill. To the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, your first conference committee appointed on House Bill 1027 concerning the authorization for certain alcohol license holders to offer alcoholic beverages for consumption off the licensed premises and in connection therewith making appropriate and submitted reports, it has agreed upon the following: that the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, House Committee, Roberts, Chair, Representative Roberts, Chair, Larson, and Basenecker. Senators Bridges, Chair, Garcia, and Holbert. First report on the first conference committee on House Bill 1065. This report adopts the re-engrossed bill. To the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, your first conference committee appointed on House Bill 1065 concerning the authority of a private employer to adopt a veterans preference employment policy while hiring new employees has met, and it reports that it is agreed upon the following: that the Senate recede from its amendments made to the bill and that the re-engrossed bill be adopted without change. Respectively submitted, House Committee, Representative Ortiz, Chair, Benavides. Senate Committee, Garcia, Chair, Hawkins Lewis.
Signing of bills.
June 4th, the President has signed House Bills 1010, 1021, 1087, 1115, 1200, 1225, 1267.
The Senate will continue. Announcements. Sarah Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of Senate Appropriations, we will be meeting at 3:30 in Senate Committee Room 352. We'll have two bills under consideration. Oh, do I have to do 3:35?
Not for a program.
Come on, Quorum. We're going to be meeting at 3:30. See you in 10 minutes.
Sarah Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great announcement. Actually, I should probably do a moment of personal privilege. Mr. President, may I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted to the good senator from Sterling.
I am holding this cookie, and this cookie was baked by the senator from Wheat Ridge's daughter. And I gotta tell you, this is an incredible, incredible cookie. So thank you, Mr. President, for that moment of personal privilege, but I wanted that on the record out there that this is wonderful. And quite honestly, Mr. President, I usually don't give the third-party vendor. I'm just going straight to the source, and so I won't mention the senator from Montrose that happened to get this for me, but I wanted her to know this is an incredible cookie, so thank you.
I'm hopeful the good senator from Wheat Ridge has one for the president.
Sorry, Jesse, I was serious.
Having no further announcements, the Senate will continue to stand at recess. Senate will come to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes.
Committee reports.
June 7th, Committee on Finance, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following House Bill 1266 be amended, also amended before the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. June 7th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following House Bill 1320 before the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. June 7th, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, committee recommends the following House Bill 1327 before the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Recommendation placed on consent calendar.
Do you want to do a call? I didn't know that's what you were.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a call to the Senate.
A call to the Senate has been moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants close the doors, allow no senators to leave, and return all those who are absent to the chamber?
After just the Senate going. Now we have to go through all this stuff.
Bridges. Buckner. Coleman. Cook. Quorum. Danielson. Donovan. Fenberg. Fields. Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Hanson. Heisey. Holbert. Hawkes Lewis. She's outside. Kirkmeyer. Colker. Lee. Liston.
Thank you. Thank you. June 7th. That's today?
Lundin. Moreno. Pedersen. Priola. Rankin. Rodriguez. Scott. Simpson. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Story.
Here.
Winter.
Okay.
Woodward. Zenzinger.
Are you ready on 1250?
Holbert. Hawkes Lewis. Lundin. I need Sonnenberg, Liston, Donovan, and Gardner. Liston. Donovan. I need Donovan, Gardner. Donovan, Gardner, Sonnenberg.
Donovan, Sonnenberg,
Gardner, Sonnenberg.
Gardner, Sonnenberg.
I don't think I sit here. Here.
Yeah, I saw you.
I'm so
I got
sorry.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw it. It's,
I mean,
it's raising. I know.
Need what?
So I was waiting and, yeah. Okay.
Sonnenberg.
He didn't hear you.
He said, hey,
So we're just waiting for Donovan and Gardner.
let's start.
Okay, raise call.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the call is raised. Consideration of conference committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1007?
House Bill 1007 by Representative Sullivan, Ortiz, and Senators Danielson and Rodriguez concerning a state apprenticeship registration program in the Department of Labor and Employment and connection therewith making an appropriation. It's okay. It was.
Senator Danielson.
He said to raise the call. You're fine. I got you. I got you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the first committee, conference committee on House Bill 1007.
Is there discussion? Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to encourage folks to vote no on this. One of the big things that the amendment did that we saw in committee this morning is that it removed the sunset. So this program is now in line and it will continue with no particular checks and balances. So I encourage a no on both the bill and the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none. The motion is for the adoption of the first report on the first conference committee on House Bill 1007. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Cook, Scott, Simpson, Lundeen, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Coram, Sonnenberg, Rankin, Priola, Smallwood, Gardner, Liston, Woodward. With 20 ayes, 15 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1007 is adopted. Senator Rodriguez or Senator Danielson? Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1007 on third reading and final passage.
The motion should include the repassage of House Bill 1007. All those in favor say aye, or excuse me, are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Smallwood, Priola, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Liston, Simpson, Gardner, Cook, Lundeen, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Coram, Rankin, Woodward.
You were on the conference. Wow.
With 20 ayes, 15 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1007 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
That's what I think so.
You need to take a 21C, 17C.
17C.
17C, sorry. One of those C things.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1027?
House Bill 1027 by Representative Larson, Roberts, Senator Bridges, and Priola concerning the authorization for certain alcohol license holders to offer alcohol beverages for consumption off the licensed premises in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1027.
Is there any discussion? Senator Bridges.
I will just note that the House is acceding to Senate amendments in this conference committee report. We are moving the time that folks cannot sell alcohol by 1 hour, so it is midnight to 7 instead of midnight to 8. We're extending this till 2025 instead of 2023. So sort of 1 hour shaved off the hours and splitting the difference mostly between House and Senate on the sunset.
Is there further discussion?
And it
Senator
was
Hansen.
supported by all the members of the conference committee, including the president and the minority leader.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief, but I don't feel like we're acceding here, colleagues. We collectively decided on a 2-year sunset. We are now being asked to vote for a 4-year sunset. I remarked in the second reading discussion that 5 basically is permanent. So I ask you, is 4 basically permanent? I think we have to seriously think about that. If this is meant as a recovery mechanism, great. Why does it need 4 years? I think it's a fair question, and I really wish the conference committee would have gone with 2 or 3. The Senate asked for 2, and we just have been handed 4. So I encourage a no vote on this conference committee because I don't think this is how the bill left this chamber, and I don't think this is where we want to finish our work on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as a former member of the House and a current member of the Senate, I think 4 years is much better than 2. Ask for an aye vote on the conference report.
No, I'm not gonna. That's, yeah.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's not how I think we should think of this conference committee report. I will say that this conference committee report was supported by all the folks who were in the conference committee, which includes the president and the minority leader, who I will remind you was the only no vote on the bill as it left the chamber. So for the only no vote on the bill to say that this conference committee report is one that we should adopt, I believe that we should adopt this conference committee report. Also, my understanding is that all of the various different folks who have been involved in this, I know there was never any opposition to the bill, but there was a very strong amend position from certain folks on the other side of the glass. My understanding is that they are no longer in that amend position, or at the very least, they have given their blessing to this conference committee report. I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the only no vote on the bill on third reading when it left the Senate, I believe I'm allowed to use my own first name. Chris was the only no vote on that bill. And with all due respect to my friend from Denver, I hope that Chris is the only no vote on the committee report. There was negotiation and there was more than one party negotiating, and I became aware that one became two. I was a little frustrated with that, but I did understand that representatives of the industries had come to that understanding, that agreement, and I stood with my friend from Denver. I wanted just one more year to make it 3, but just so you know, this wasn't just a compromise negotiated between members in the chamber, but also with folks outside. And this is where they landed and asked that I be willing to move from 1 to 2. So I just wanted one more year and 1 more hour, but then other negotiations with folks from the industry moved that to 2. And if they're comfortable with it, then I can vote yes on the committee report and ask that you please do too.
Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the first report on the first conference committee on House Bill 1027. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen. With 34 aye votes, 1 no vote, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1027 is adopted. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to repass House Bill 1027 on third reading.
The motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1027. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes on the repassage of House Bill 1027? Senators Hansen. With 34 ayes, 1 no vote, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1027 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senator Zenzinger. The Minority Leader, Gardner, Liston, Woodward, Lundin, Pedersen. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was a conference committee formed on House Bill 1065. Mr. President, I believe you were the chair. It seems that you just couldn't get the job done. And so
The good senator from Boulder, not referred to as the Majority Leader, will be fined $5 for making an inference to the Senate President.
With that said, Mr. President, I move to reject the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1065 and that a second conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. The motion is to reject the first conference committee on House Bill 1065 and to appoint a conference committee. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that motion is adopted.
I'll be the chair.
The following senators are appointed as members of the Second Conference Committee on House Bill 1065. Senator Garcia is chair, Senator Hawkes Lewis, and Senator Gardner.
Let's do the specials.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, there's a special order second reading of bills consent calendar and special order second reading of bills calendar on the other side on your desks. These are the bills that just came out of committee. We're going to do these. There's one more bill that will be headed to the Appropriations Committee, and we'll get to that when staff is ready for that committee. But for now, we'll move into these special orders. Mr. President, I move that the Senate take up House Bills 1328, 1325, 1327, 1329, and 1330 on special orders second reading of bills consent calendar at the hour of 4:14 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills listed on the special orders consent calendar at the hour of 16:14. This requires a two-thirds majority vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted, and the Senate will take up those bills listed on the special orders consent calendar at the hour of 16:14. Special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself, the Committee of the Whole, for the consideration of special order, second reading of bills. Consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed as it has been. Will the clerk please read the title to all the bills on the special orders, second reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1328 by Representative Harrod Van Winkle and Senators Fields and Priola concerning the effective date of Senate Bill 2123. House Bill 1325 by Representative McCluskey and Harrod and Senators Zenzinger and Rankin concerning establishing a school financing legislative interim committee to consider changes to the method to funding public schools to improve student achievement in connection with making an appropriation. House Bill 1327 by Representative Ortiz and Van Winkle and Senators Colker and Woodward concerning the authority of a pass-through business entity to elect to pay state income taxes at the entity level in connection with making an appropriation. House Bill 1329 by Representative Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Woodrow and Senators Holbert and Gonzalez concerning the use of money the state receives from the federal government under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to make investments in housing to assist persons disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 public health emergency facing housing insecurity. House Bill 1330 by Representative McCluskey and Ricks and Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer concerning measures to support student success in obtaining post-secondary credentials in connection with making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move all the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which includes House Bill 1328, House Bill 1325, House Bill 1327, House Bill 1329, along with the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report, and House Bill 1330.
Question before the body is the adoption of all the special order, second reading of bills consent calendar and their committee reports. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and all of those bills are adopted. Mr. Majority Leader. Oh. Question is all the committee reports. Hey, all those in favor of adopting all the committee reports, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it, the committee reports are adopted. Now the bills. All those in favor of adopting all the bills, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Ayes have it. I think that we've now done it thrice, so let's go. That's adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Question before us is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, Committee of the Whole begs leave to report It has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1328, 1325, 1327, 1329 is amended. 1330 passed on second reading in order to revise and place the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1328, House Bill 1325, House Bill 1327, House Bill 1329 is amended. House Bill 1330 passed on second reading. Order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Yeah, 1309. I'll just lay it over.
We'll just move it on special orders, we'll do the other two and bring it back.
Mr. Majority Leader.
And then just lay it over to the bottom of the calendar, and then we'll give her the time.
She's not going to be here by then.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bills 1309, 1320, and 1326 on special order second reading of bills at the hour of 4:19 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up House Bill 1309, House Bill 1320, and House Bill 1326 on special orders at the hour of 1619. This requires a two-thirds majority vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will take up those bills listed on the special order second reading of bills calendar at the hour of 1619. Special order second reading of bills. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of special orders second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the Senate resolve itself to the committee of the whole for consideration of special orders second reading of bills, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1309 lay over to the bottom of the special order second reading of bills calendar.
Motion is to lay over 1309 to the bottom of the special orders calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill will lay over. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1320?
House Bill 1320 by Representative Tipper and Benavides and Senator Lee concerning the continuation of Sex Offender Management Board and in connection with implementing the recommendations of the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Lee. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1320 on second reading.
Great. Is there any discussion? Senator Lee.
This bill went through a challenging process over in the House and ended up being merely extended for 2 years, at which time it will sunset or be renewed. So we'll go through another sunset process. But I move that we accept the bill with a 2-year extension.
Seeing no further discussion, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1320. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1326?
House Bill 1326 by Representative McLaughlin and Will and Senator Story concerning 2020-21 state fiscal year transfers from the general fund to support outdoor recreation in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1326.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is focused on our public lands. And as we all know, public lands, wildlife, outdoor recreation, they are all very fundamental to Coloradans, to our state and local economies also. We have experienced record visitation rates during the pandemic. I'm sure many of you have seen or noticed how many more people are out there in the wilds trying to have some time outdoors and escape being sequestered at home during the pandemic. And all signs point to this record visitation pace is not likely to subside anytime soon. This has put tremendous strain on our outdoor recreation infrastructure, which was already strained long before the pandemic. on the lands, our wildlife, as well as land managers and state and local safety resources. Just in my own district, I can look at our open space parks that are fairly prolific in the mountains of Jeffco. Parking lots are often very full during the week and overflowing on weekends onto roads surrounding the parking areas, as well as parks and trails that get into like Arapahoe National Forest, and then Staunton State Park as well, just overflowing with people. And I think it's important that we utilize some additional funding to help mitigate these issues. We have some opportunities with the stimulus funding made possible by the Federal American Recovery Plan Act that will help provide this urgently needed bridge for addressing the significant maintenance as well as infrastructure issues that we have, and also provide opportunities to provide for additional staffing during this time where parks are overflowing, so more people at gates, more people to help with restroom facilities and cleanup and so forth. And I think we need to do this to help maintain our parks. It will provide funds for those investments of infrastructure that I mentioned, as well as some ongoing staffing improvements for maintenance needs, and supportive of the State Wildlife Action Plan that addresses also native species conservation, and some funding for the Search and Rescue Fund that includes the Colorado Avalanche Information Center, and as well as some funding for Outdoor Equity Fund to provide opportunities for disadvantaged, disproportionately impacted communities. That includes folks in our cities, but also folks in our rural areas that just don't have the same access as some of us do to outdoor recreation. So I urge and I vote on this bill.
Thank you, Senator Story. Fun and fundamental to our Colorado way of life. Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Let's do a little history lesson. Parks and Wildlife is an enterprise. An enterprise is a government-run business that is intended to run as a business by itself without help from the general fund. Yes, we have had an increase. Actually, interestingly enough, they have done well. So they should be selling more parks passes, they should be selling more hunting licenses, they should be selling more fishing licenses. There should be more money coming in, like the marijuana industry that did well. But until this year, we start handing money out of the general fund. So my question is, how much is enough? We gave tens of millions of dollars earlier. We're giving another $25 million here. We passed a bill here that is going to put a opt-out provision on your license plates of your vehicle. How much money is enough to go to Parks and Wildlife? I would argue if you're going to run like a business, you should act like a business, and you should take care of business. They've doubled their hunting and fishing licenses. They've doubled their park passes. And yet they continue to come back to the legislature for more and more money. And I'm stalling a little bit because I have an amendment, and it clearly isn't on the desk yet. Mr. Chair, so you don't have to listen to me, may I ask for a senatorial 5 until I have that amendment?
So happily granted, indeed. Senator Sonnenberg, I have a funny feeling there's an amendment coming to the desk with your name on it. I'm hoping the clerk gets it. There we go. Will the clerk please read Amendment L5?
L005.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L005. Members, this is a simple amendment. It did take forever, but it took a long time to cross out all the language that left Parks and Wildlife as an enterprise. If you're going to take all this general fund dollars and can't run a business on your own, you should be under our purview as the legislature and not an enterprise. So I would ask your aye vote to take Parks and Wildlife out of their enterprise status. Ask for an aye vote.
We waited longer to get that printed than. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the. Oh.
Hello?
Yes, Senator Story.
Any chance that I could see that amendment?
Right here. There you go.
That's very kind of you, Senator from Sterling. Nice try, though.
Is someone emailing it to Mr. Chair?
I believe you have this texted to you, sent to you, and
thank you.
In an email.
She's ready.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would recommend a no vote on this amendment. The funding that Parks and Wildlife receives generally goes through hunting and fishing licenses, generally goes for acquisition of land for conservation purposes. They had already a $200 million infrastructure maintenance needs list, and this $25 million will not complete or fulfill that list that needs to be accomplished, but it will help. And so I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. But thank you for the effort, Senator. Will the clerk please read the bill. Apologies. I think we all need to go home for a while. Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1326? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1326. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1309?
House Bill 1309 by Representative Roberts and Corver and Senators Lee and Gardner concerning measures related to permitting continuing a criminal trial because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Hey, can you get Gardner?
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 1309 and ask for an aye vote. This is a bill to provide an extension of the speedy trial. As you all probably know, during the COVID period, the courts pretty much had to shut down, and as a consequence of that, there was a backlog of some 14,000 cases that occurred in the courts because they couldn't bring people in to do jury trials. You also may recall the statements by the Chief Justice when he gave his State of the Judiciary early on in January, to the extent that we need to deal with this backlog. He offered a couple of suggestions. We provided them with some additional judges in the form of senior judges, but this is really the most significant piece of legislation to address the backlog. The challenge is defendants have a right to a speedy trial. In other words, they have a right to have their case heard by a jury within 6 months of when they make a plea. And anything longer than that is a problem under the statutes, which can result in dismissal of the case. So we are basically carving out an exception to let the courts allow people to allow prosecutors a longer period of time. So let me tell you about the backlog of cases. We were told it's some 14,000. As of yesterday, I was told it is 13,321. The number of criminal cases is 4,400. Civil cases is 4,100. The criminal cases are the ones that really need to be addressed. There isn't a jurisdictional deficit with delaying the civil cases, except, justice delayed is justice denied. People want a determination. So the challenge that we're facing with this bill is the extension of speedy trial. So like a lot of bills we have here, there is a balancing of interests. We need to address the backlog, but we're addressing the backlog by disadvantaging some people who are in custody. I'll let my co-sponsor talk about the bill as well.
Senator Gardner, if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, a little history. On March 13, 14, 15 perhaps, no, probably 14 of 2020, think back with me if you will. There was an eagerness to depart this building, invoking Joint Rule 44 and adjourning until some time in specific. And representatives of the Judicial Department and the district attorneys walked up to me as people were fleeing the building. I only exaggerate slightly, and said, "We have a serious issue with speedy trial. We are not going to be able to conduct jury trials. We've got to do something about it." And as the people were whizzing by me out the basement doors, I said, "I don't know quite how we're going to solve that. We need to do it the first thing when we return at the end of March." I wrote an editorial in the Colorado Springs Gazette and said this problem has to be solved, and we ought to solve it when we return at the end of March. I returned at the end of March. Others did not, and we did not establish a quorum until May, I think the 26th, give or take. And we had this problem, and it was not dealt with. We returned here in January, and the backlog had reached the numbers that we're talking about, with very real public safety concerns, because as my co-prime sponsor so deftly and skillfully sidesteps, if you violate the speedy trial statute in Colorado, which has a constitutional underpinning, and you don't have a basis for extension, the remedy is a rather either harsh or beneficial one, depending on whether you're the victim of the crime and a member of society, or the person who is alleged to have committed the crime, because the remedy is dismissal of the case altogether, not to be rebrought ever. My hope was that we would deal with this in January, and the Chief Justice told us about it on that Friday, I think it was, but we did not, and we returned in February, and we have not. And it is June the 7th, and we are just now coming to grips with this after long negotiations in the House. But we are there. It is not what I would prefer in that I think the time periods are too short. They are essentially a 90-day or 3-month extension for those cases where a person is in custody and 6 months for where they're not in custody. And that's going to put the Judicial Department under a good deal of pressure. Now, I will say my co-prime sponsor and I passed a bill for the extension of the senior judge program to get some additional resources. I am in that particularly strange situation of being a prime sponsor of a bill that I'm not real happy with, but I'm a whole lot happier with the bill than I am with the alternative of bill not passing. And so I will urge your aye vote, but I also will urge you to stick with the accommodations and agreements that have been made over the past several weeks since we returned in January, and the discussions. And there are, let me say, there are competing interests. This is a serious issue for those in custody pre-trial. But it is not because of the negligence, inattention of the court system, of our prosecutors. It is the difficulty of protecting public health and safety. And I think one of the interesting things is if we do this, I think a lot of this backlog will clear out, because the dynamic of the situation will be that once the possibility of having one's case dismissed simply because prosecutors in the court run beyond the speedy trial period, there will be incentive to go ahead and resolve these cases, get them done without trial, and in so doing, it'll be interesting to see how quickly this backlog decreases. Members, I appreciate your indulgence for listening to the history, but it is my frustration of the past year and a half that no one would come to grips with this particular issue, and one for which I felt a great deal of personal responsibility, because I remember standing at that rail a day before we adjourned the first time and feeling incredibly helpless about solving what was a looming problem. I asked for an aye vote, and I think it's already been moved. I renew that motion to adopt House Bill 1309.
Thank you, Senator Gardner. Senator Gonzalez. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L016?
Amendment L016.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to both of the good senators from Colorado Springs for bringing this bill forward for our consideration.
And will you please move L016?
I move L16 to 1309.
To the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say that, and I appreciate both the context that this senator from Colorado Springs has provided, as well as the good senator and the good senator.
Dangerously close to impeding the motives there, but continue.
I appreciate the context that this senator from Colorado Springs has brought to the multiple efforts to try that the judicial branch has brought to our attention about this growing issue, as well as this good senator from Colorado Springs' numbers and facts demonstrating that this is still a very real problem that our courts across the state are grappling with. And yet, colleagues, the Constitution is the Constitution, And a backlog should never be an excuse for the government to infringe on people's rights. And so what this bill would do is, I understand and recognize that the bill would seek to release individuals who have been, to add 3 months to the speedy trial period for defendants who have been held on custody on a lower level case, or extend out the speedy trial provision for folks who are detained on more serious matters. And yet, there are already measures in statute that would allow the courts to address backlogs. And so what L16 would do is to ensure that individuals who are currently in jail, whether they're in jail on that matter for that case, or whether they have other jurisdictional issues whether they have other pending cases in other jurisdictions, to maintain their speedy trial rights, and would strike the provisions of House Bill 1309 that address those individuals on that with those issues. I understand and respect that all sides in this matter have had to navigate some really tremendous and really complicated dynamics over the past 18 months. The courts themselves, district attorneys, as well as defenders. And yet for individuals who find themselves in pretrial confinement, they're still innocent until proven guilty. And they still have their constitutional rights to speedy trial. And it is that context under which I bring forward L16 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion of L16, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is a balancing of interests that we have here, and the courts are charged with ensuring justice and that trials are being held. This bill has been very carefully negotiated between people in the judicial branch, prosecutors, and defenders, and there are safeguards around it so that the court will not issue a continuance if the delay to bring the case to trial is attributable to something other than the COVID-related backlog. They also have to find specifically in court that there is no other court in the county that is available before issuing the continuance. It has to be the first continuance. There can't be a series of continuance, and the granting of the continuance has to be found by the court to serve the interests of justice. So all of those considerations have to be taken into account. Priority is given to cases where the defendant is in custody and has not waived the speedy trial, and to Victim Rights Act crimes. So a lot of consideration has been given to forcing the more challenging cases to trial. We have had a lot of discussions with the judicial branch and have received assurances that the chief judges in all of the judicial districts will hold the, for lack of a better term, the local judges' feet to the fire to move their dockets along. The judges are in a position to expedite cases by not granting continuances. Those are within the sound discretion of the court. So the chiefs will tell the judges, don't grant continuances, get this backlog addressed. The chief justices that we spoke to, one from the 18th yesterday, said she was meeting weekly with all of her judges in her district. In addition, the judges will be meeting with prosecutors and district attorneys to get them to move their cases along. So there will be case management taking place in the courts to move these dockets along. So as much as I sympathize with the amendment being brought by my colleague and how much I don't like the idea of continuing speedy trial, I think we are in one of those exigent circumstances that we need to do what we need to do in order to ensure public safety and ensure justice. So I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to this good senator from Colorado Springs, I will just, state that that the extraordinary moment in which we find ourselves, that there are dangers in moving too quickly, and I will just name here on the record that on Friday afternoon, we in the State Affairs Committee had a super motion to proceed to second reading, and that motion passed. And I, as the chair of the Senate State Affairs Committee, allowed that motion to proceed. And there were people who we were moving so quickly that I failed to realize that there were people who wanted to testify, folks on all sides of this issue. And so I want to name that, and I want to take responsibility for that, and I want to own that. And it is part of the reason I'm bringing forward this conversation, for us to have as a body, to be able to fully lift up and vet those issues on the record, and in a direct way. And it is that reason, because the defense bar continues to have these concerns around, an individual's right to speedy trial under our statutes and under the Constitution, that I bring forward this amendment for our consideration as a body. Colleagues, I ask for an aye vote on the amendment, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the good senator from Denver. I appreciate the concerns. I appreciate the need for this discussion. Much of the context and history I gave you earlier, and in some sense, anxiety as a legislator who understood this problem in March of 2020, was born of many of the same concerns. The amendment, though it's complicated and there are moving parts to the bill, which has been the subject of weeks of discussion between the stakeholders. The amendments would have the effect of placing on the street, in some cases, those who are charged with a murder with extreme indifference, murder of a peace officer, sexual assault, sexual trafficking. These are all serious crimes, and there have been preliminary hearings in these cases. One does not get bound over without a bond hearing in the first instance and a preliminary hearing before a judge to determine whether there's a prima facie case to start with. That I do not want to be understood to be cavalier that since those things have happened, that person is guilty, because they are not. But we do have people held on very high bond, and we do have people that are held without bond. And we are, as everyone says, we live in unprecedented times. The constitutional requirement is for a speedy trial, but the requirement is one of determination of the state law as to what that means and to what exceptions. And there are several exceptions in the Speedy Trial Act as it is, but this one was not one that was anticipated. So with respect, I ask for no vote on L016.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I am not often a member of Senate Committee on State Affairs, I just wanted to respond to the good chair lady's comments. I made the super motion, and I'm sorry if I messed something up. We did check with staff. There wasn't, as far as I knew, or was reported, there wasn't anyone to testify, and certainly would have taken pushback from the chair if there was something, but I don't, if I caused, Madam Chair, if I caused you problems there, we had 3 bills, I think, and no one to testify, and I think they were bipartisan. So I see no fault to you, and if I rush things, I apologize, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Any further? Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments on the Minority Leader. Actually, after that sort of expeditious handling in the State Affairs Committee, we did have an opportunity to meet with some of the people who had showed up, judge and the state court administrator, and it was from them that I got the assurances that they will move along expeditiously and manage the dockets. So there was a deprivation of an opportunity of witnesses to testify, but I think it has been partially remedied, and our open discussion here on the floor, I think, has elucidated the issues, and I think they're quite clear, and I renew my request that the motion or the amendment be rejected.
Senator Gonzalez.
To be clear, as the chair of the committee, I should have checked. I did not check. I've had multiple conversations with individuals on all sides of the issue who care deeply about this, about access to due process, about the administrative burden that our judicial courts are trying to navigate. It is why I'm bringing forward this amendment. Again, this is about people's constitutional rights, and I understand that we have all been tested in really extraordinary ways. It is why I have such great respect for both of the good senators from Colorado Springs, and yet it's also why I'm bringing forward this amendment for your consideration.
Seeing no further discussion of L016, the question before us is the adoption of L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it, and that amendment is lost. To the bill, any further discussion of House Bill 1309? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1309. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, that bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee to rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. Ayes have it, the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole baked news reports out in consideration of the following House bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1320, 1326, 1309, passed under second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading, final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1320, House Bill 1326, House Bill 1309 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we are going to break for the Appropriations Committee to hear one bill, and then we'll bring that bill up on special orders, along with whatever else is left on the calendar, and just use that as our calendar to take us through the rest of the evening. Mr. President, I'll hand it off to the Chair of Appropriations to give direction, and then I'll move us into a recess.
Announcements. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members of Senate Appropriations, the last time you'll hear from me down here on announcing a meeting. We have one more to go, folks. We are going to be hearing one bill, House Bill 1266, in Appropriations. We will meet at 5:15 in 352. I did check on doing the meeting here at this fine piece of furniture. It turns out that would have taken 45 extra minutes because of the interaction with the Colorado channel. So it's going to be much easier for everyone involved if we just walk upstairs to 352. I'll see you there shortly.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the front desk has ordered us dinner. It will be here. It's subs, I believe, or sandwiches. It will be here around 6:15 or so. We'll let you know, but we'll be back, I think, on the floor by then when it arrives. But just letting folks know in case you are going to order something in the downtime. Mr. President, I move that the Senate stand in recess until 5:20.
The motion is that the Senate stand in recess until 17:20 today. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. And the Senate will stand in a recess until 17:20 today.
Sing
The Senate will come back to order. Will the clerk please excuse the following senators? Scott, Donovan, Kirkmeyer. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a call of the Senate.
A call of the Senate has been moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants close the doors, allow no senators to leave and return all those who are absent to the chamber?
Bridges. Buckner. Coleman. Cook. Quorum. Danielson. Finberg. Fields. Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Hanson. Heisey. Holbert. Hawkes Lewis. Colker. Lee. Liston. Lindeen. Moreno. Pedersen. Priola. Rankin. Rodriguez. Simpson. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Story. Winter. Woodward. Woodward. Zenzinger. Fields. No Gardner. Holbert. Lindeen. Oops, I didn't see it. My fault. My fault. Lindeen, Pedersen. Smallwood. Story.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of 1266, and I move the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Finance Committee report. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, I want to be very transparent about what we did. We added a significant amendment that took significant portions from what was Senate Bill 200 and put it into 1266. Both of these bills share a goal of reducing pollution and increasing environmental justice. Our original intent in Senate Bill 200 was to ensure that we are setting the goals that we passed in 2019 as this body and was signed by this governor across all the sectors. We wanted measurability, equity, and enforceability in the 5 most polluting sectors when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, which are transportation, the built environment, oil and gas, industry, and the electric sector. Ultimately, what we were able to agree on is we could have measurability in all 5 sectors, because how can you meet your goals if you're not measuring and inventorying your goals? So we have that in this bill. We agreed to equity. So we have an environmental justice ombudsperson, we have an environmental justice committee. We also are making sure we are regulating co-pollutants, which impact the health of disproportionately impacted communities. We're defining what a disproportionately impacted community is. So we have measurability, we have equitability in all 5 sectors, and we have enforceability in 3 out of the 5 sectors. We have enforceability in oil and gas, we have enforceability in the electric sector, and enforceability in the industrial sector. And so this is a significant step forward. It is a consensus bill with several stakeholders. Not everyone is in love with it, but we believe that this is the right way to move forward to increase environmental justice and make sure we are also decreasing pollution.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am proud to be a co-prime sponsor on this bill. In all transparency, I was not a co-prime on Senate Bill 200, but I was a co-prime sponsor on 1266. And the reason I wanted to make sure I was on this bill is because there is no environmental justice without reduction of pollution and carbon emissions and greenhouse gases. This is about health equity as well for those communities who are impoverished or racially divided communities. This is pretty obvious. The other thing that's important is about this bill is establishing an important framework for environmental justice. This bill will make progress on and make sure that there is accountability for the pollution for those disparate areas. A broad coalition does support this bill, and this bill does reduce pollution, and I like the accountability portion of this bill. So I am asking for an aye vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the Appropriations Committee made the appropriation, and I encourage you to vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, I think, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Winter.
Mr. Chair, I believe there's an amendment on the desk.
Would the clerk please read Amendment L13?
Amendment L13.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is a technical amendment that changes the ordering of words in a way that needs to be done and makes sure that we are putting air quality control throughout the bill where we meant it to be. And so this does not change the substance of the bill, but is an important technical amendment, and I encourage yes vote.
Is there any discussion on L13? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L13. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L13 is adopted. To the bill. The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1266. Senator Lundin. There is an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read Amendment L16?
Amendment L16.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L016.
Proper motion to the amendment.
So we begin this conversation about environmental justice, and I think we're broadly in agreement that we want environmental justice. We want to live in a society that's fair for all people, provides equal opportunity for all individuals. That is a given. Sometimes, however, when you create economic hardship for people, it is a burden that is harder to carry than any other burden. The reality is many of the things that Senate Bill 1266 would seek to do, and House Bill 1266 would seek to do, and Senate Bill 200, which is now largely folded into this, would do, raise the costs on the backs of the working people of Colorado for the energy that they consume on a daily basis. Increasingly, that burden is borne by those individuals in a way that disrupts their lives and their ability to get on with what they're trying to, that we'll say, the pursuit of happiness. This amendment, L016, simply says, in addition to environmental justice, we should, in fact, pursue economic justice. And it interacts in a couple places in the bill to actually insert our intention to identify the fact that energy justice or economic justice means the principle that all people should have a reliable, safe, and affordable source of energy, and that disproportionately impacted communities should have protection from disproportionate share of costs or negative impacts or externalities associated with building, operating, and maintaining renewable energy capacity. It goes on to say on page 16 of the committee report, notwithstanding any other provisions of this subsection, the Commission, that's this 23-member board that's created by 1266, more to talk about on that. Has anybody ever served on a 7-member board? Challenging. 9-member board, getting very difficult to serve on. 13-member board, out of control. 17-member board, hardly ever getting anything done. 23-member board, what 1263 would deliver to us. Anyway, notwithstanding any other provision of this subsection, the Commission, that unwieldy board that's being created, shall not promulgate any rule pursuant to subsection 1E if it finds that the rule would result in an increase greater than core inflation of utility rates among disproportionately impacted communities. So there's the protection. Protection at core inflation rates, making sure that what we choose to do as policy imperatives don't drive the costs of energy faster than core inflation that is paid by the working families of Colorado. So this is an amendment that I would hope would be perceived to be a friendly amendment as we're seeking justice. I think climate justice makes sense, but I think in fact a little bit of economic justice would be appropriate as well. Thank you, Mr.
Discussion
Chair.
on L16. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I encourage a no vote on this amendment. All the rulemakings already take into account costs and benefits. Also, every single time we've increased the use of renewable energy in Colorado, we actually have some of the lowest energy rates and are a leader on climate. And so the corollary doesn't match, and I encourage no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on L16, the motion is the adoption of L16. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. L16 is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 17?
Amendment
Senator Lundin.
L017.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L017.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's approach this a slightly different way, a little more elegant, a little more direct. On the Finance Committee report, page 16, line 5, after the period, add, for each rule adopted pursuant to this subsection 1E that applies to an electrical utility, the Commission shall establish a cost cap that is 2%. No horsing around figuring out what core inflation looks like. No unknown. Just let's put it in the law that people can budget their family budgets and the energy expense they're going to have, the utility bill they pay every month, to know that we're not going to be driving it with this bill, 1266, faster than 2% in increase. It's again a good economic justice bill, an offer on behalf of the working families of Colorado. Encourage your support of L017.
Any discussion on L17? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I encourage no vote. I've been doing energy policy for a very long time, and we have not seen the increases that everyone keeps saying is going to happen. And at the same time, there's a cost to pollution. There is a cost to the health care bills. There is a cost to children that have asthma. There's a cost to miss school days and work days. And so I encourage a no vote on this.
Any further discussion on L17? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L17. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. L17 is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 15?
Amendment L015 to House Bill 1266 by Senator Lundin.
Senator Lundin.
Mr. Chair, so good to see you again.
You as well.
All right, well, let's approach this a slightly different way. Can't contain the cost, can't say, you know what, folks, as you're planning your family budget, we're going to give you an ability to predict and plan. Let's make sure that the Commission redirects some of the money that's going to be collected. There's a lot of fees associated with this for the industries that provide us our energy. Part of the fees, we want to redirect that to the LEAP program, to the Low Income Energy Assistance Program. This amendment says the Commission, that 23-member unwieldy board we were talking about earlier, shall designate a portion of the annual greenhouse gas emission fees collected pursuant to Section 25.7, 114, et cetera, to transfer to Energy Outreach Colorado pursuant to the schedule established in Section 40, 8.7, 107 to assist in financing the Low Income Energy Assistance Program established in Article 8.7 of Title 40 by supporting nonprofit entities that provide financial support to low-income Coloradans to ensure that they can afford their home energy costs. So we started with core inflation, you know, maybe galloping away at 2, 3, 5, 7%, just protecting people. Didn't like that, so we offered a flat 2% protection for the working families. This one says for those clearly most disadvantaged, those who are clearly available to receive support from programs, the LEAP program, let's redirect a portion of the money to help those folks with the inevitability that 1266 and 200 now folded into 1266 bring us, and that is higher energy costs. Let's help the people out and make sure that we are not putting this upon the backs of people who cannot afford it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge support, colleagues, with a raucous, rousing aye when we call for L15.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've had this conversation a lot this session about fees and how we are allowed to use fees or not use fees. And because we live in the state of Colorado and how we define fees, it has to be linked to the people paying those fees. And I don't believe this actually matches the people paying the fees and the benefits of the fees. And we did just pass House Bill 1107 with that rousing support of bipartisan support to fund Energy Outreach Colorado, which I fully support, by urging no vote on this amendment because I actually don't think it matches who's paying for it and who benefits from it. And I'll leave it there.
Motion is adoption of L15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L15 is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read amendment number 18?
Amendment L018.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment L018.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much. Voodoo economics. Remember that conversation? No, you're all too young. I remember it well. Voodoo donut is what people around here remember and acknowledge. This bill, 1266, has voodoo in it, folks. The social cost of carbon. We've got this thing going on out there. We want to figure out what the social cost of carbon is. Not well defined, not well understood, something we're trying to pursue, an interesting concept. Some may say it's the answer. Others may say, not yet ready for prime time. This amendment says, just strike it. Could we just take that out of the bill altogether? This repeals the section that requires for the analysis of the social cost of carbon. I urge your support.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I encourage a no vote. I don't know if invoking a specific religion is how we should refer to the social cost of carbon. However, I might be magical, but I am not special and I'm not a unicorn. The social cost of carbon is actually designated through a lot of analysis in the federal government and governments across the world. We know that there's absolutely a social cost of carbon. This is certainly not voodoo, and I encourage a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. All due respect and apologies to a religion, voodoo, I was referring to the historical use of the language with regard to an economic system.
I just want you to call me unicorn.
And seeing no further discussion on L18, the motion is the adoption of L18. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it, L18 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm preparing an amendment. Ask for Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 19?
L019.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I go home,
Would you like to move the amendment, Senator
I
Rankin?
move. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L019.
Perfect. To the amendment.
1266.
To the amendment.
So when I go home to Carbondale and I drive over the mountains, the air is not the same. The air is very clean. I can't wait to get home, get on my bicycle, breathe nice, clean mountain air. So this bill, this bill does not address the fact that the air is not the same all over the state. It in fact assumes, again, we're one big homogeneous state, the problems are the same everywhere. I'm told that the language for disproportionate impacts takes care of that. It doesn't. Even the title of the bill says only if there are negative impacts. There are no negative impacts in western Colorado there. It's better. It's really good. So I offer this amendment, and it's a simple amendment. Actually, I believe should be acceptable. All it really does is say when we pass rules that the Air Quality Control Commission will take into account the effect on different parts of the state. Now that's different from saying we will only look at negative impacts on disproportionately impacted communities. It just says very simply that they will talk about the fact that maybe the rule really doesn't apply to Carbondale like it does to Commerce City or other dense urban areas. All due respect to my good friend, the senator from Commerce City, or represents Commerce City. So, I propose that we put this small section in that just says we will actually pay attention to the wonderful air quality of western Colorado.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there is adequate authority and rules within the AQCC and the PUC to pay attention to all air quality. And in fact, the Durango area is one of the areas that has a high amount of methane given our air circulation patterns. And we've been working on that for a long time. And so there's actually many places on the western slope that also have better air pollution that this would impact. And this bill is based on climate science, on what we need to do both as a state and a country and globally. And I'd ask for a no vote.
Senator Rankin and then Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick response. This bill does not say that we will exclude the western slope. It says that we will take into account different regions of the state. And certainly Durango can be considered a region, but there are many, many places on the western slope that do not need to be included in a one-size-fits-all rulemaking.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the good senator from Carbondale. I actually support this because I know about the situation in Durango and the Cortez, and that air quality is coming in across the border from New Mexico and Arizona. So unless we can put a big fence up to stop that, there's nothing you're going to do in Colorado that will improve the air quality in Durango and the Four Corners area because it is imported from other states.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L19. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. L19 is lost. There's an amendment of the desk. Would the clerk please read? Amendment number 20.
Amendment L020.
Senator Lundeen. Thank you. Senator Lundeen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L020.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I never can understand why we do, but those of us in the new world tend to look to the old world constantly for guidance, leadership, Paris Climate Accords, treaties like that. Well, Germany's got an idea. They've figured out this whole cost of carbon thing. They've identified what it is. And they believe that the cost of carbon should not exceed $12.22 per ton. Except that on, and after January 1st, 2026, the fee must not exceed $42.77 per ton. So what we've got here is an acknowledgement of how Germany is approaching this. And they've got a specific price in place. Now, the reality is the analysis of 1266, 200 folded into it, we're looking at 3, 4, maybe 5 times that cost here in Colorado. This amendment simply says, if it's good enough for Germany, let's see if we can't hit a target of that nature ourselves as well. And not only restrain the particulates in the air, but restrain our regulatory burden by putting a fee on it, by setting what the fee would actually be. That's what L020 would do. It says, this is what they're doing in Germany. Let's give it a try here. I urge your support.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I have a question for the good senator from Monument. Are those financial numbers, are they in Deutschmarks or dollars?
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. They are easily convertible into Bitcoin, sir.
Seeing no further discussion on L20, the motion is the adoption of L20. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The noes have it, and L20 is lost. There's a member of the desk. Would the clerk please read amendment number 21?
L021.
Senator Lundin. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move amendment L021.
To the amendment.
Okay, so this one is pretty straightforward. It's an accountability measure. It's about holding ourselves accountable. It's about not moving goalposts on major industries in the state. House Bill 1261 sets some clear standards. House Bill 1266 that we're considering today moves those goalposts. If you read from the committee report, or from which is now the latest of the amendment that was just offered, which we got last night, you'll read that no later than January 1st, 2022, the Commission shall adopt and the division shall begin implementing comprehensive rules that will reduce statewide greenhouse gas emissions from oil and gas exploration, production, processing, transmission, and storage operations in the state below the 2005 baseline established for the oil and gas emissions covered by the oil and gas fugitive emissions category in the initial inventory developed by the division pursuant to section 25.7, etc., and taking into account the other sections that are relevant of this section by at least, here's what 1266 as amended would say, 36% by 2025 and 60% by 2030. Goes on to say the Commission shall design the rules to prioritize near-term reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. The rules must include, etc. This amendment says, not so fast. Don't move the goalpost. In 1261, passed just a few years ago, agreed upon, and the industry has been working toward this, it's not 36% by 2025, it's 26%. This bill moves the marker by 10 points. And it's not 60% by 2030, it's 50% by 2030. This bill moves the goalpost by 10 points. The amendment says, let's be square. Let's be honest. Let's stick with what we put into the law with 1261. This is pretty tough to argue with when you hear in committee testimony from a number of folks who work in the regulatory apparatus that says, no, no, this bill's the same. Well, if it is the same, based on what they said it is, let's make that claim good. In fact, it isn't 36 by 2025. The current standard is 26, and we should hold it at that. And it's not 60 by 2030. It's 50. That's the current standard, and we should hold it at that. I urge your serious consideration in support of Amendment L01, or excuse me, Amendment L21.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are not moving the goalpost. 26% is an economy-wide goal. That is actually what we gave up from Senate Bill 200 into moving to what is currently 1266. And this is consistent with the roadmap, and it's consistent with the Air Quality Control Commission's resolution that they unanimously adopted last December. This is one slice of the pie, and those goals were economy-wide, which we aren't working towards anymore. We have decided to work towards a sector-by-sector specific goal that's already lined out in the roadmap. This is not inconsistent from the roadmap or the rules adopted unanimously in December from the AQCC.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you. I'm trying to think of a team sport everybody's participated in. Let's call it soccer. Hockey. Basketball. We've all participated in team sports. Everybody's had some experience. The coach says, We'll go to football. The coach says, backfield, I want you to take 10 laps. And we'll just make it offense and defense. Any sport, pick your sport. Offense, take 10 laps. Defense, take 12 laps. And then a little while later, the coach comes back and says, whoa, 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 wait a minute. We're going to go team-wide. Offense and defense don't matter anymore. It's not 10 and 20. We're going to go 14 for everybody. I want you all to run 14 laps. It doesn't matter whether or not it's economy-wide. What matters is what was the expectation you set for each segment of the economy, and are you moving the goalpost for them? 1266 moves the goalpost for at least one sector of the economy. It's just not fair. It's just not right. Amendment L21 resolves that, and I urge your support of it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L21. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. L21 is lost. There's an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 24?
Amendment L.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L024.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm asking your support for L024 because I believe it puts a rational perspective in the discussion of greenhouse gas emissions and so-called climate change. I believe the climate changes. I believe that it is more natural. I do not believe that it is man-made. However, if it is, we can't solve that problem as the state of Colorado. I want to share a little bit of an article from May 6, 2021. That was pretty recent. It's titled, China's Greenhouse Gas Emissions Exceed Those of U.S. and Developed Countries Combined. Yeah, China, by itself, emits more greenhouse gas emissions than our country and all of the other developed countries combined. Now, the source on here, just so you know, is CNBC. So I would imagine that the majority of folks in here would find that to be a fairly friendly source. China's greenhouse gas emissions in 2019 exceeded those of the U.S. and the developed world combined, according to a report published Thursday by a research and consulting firm, Rhodium Group. The country's emissions more than tripled during the past 3 decades, the report added. China is now responsible for more than 27% of total global emissions. The United States, which is the world's second highest emitter, accounts for 11% of the global total. India is responsible for 6.6%, and they edge out 27 nations in the European Union, which account for 6.4%. The findings come after a climate summit President Joe Biden hosted last month, during which the Chinese president reiterated his pledge to make sure the nation's, that's China's emissions, peak, that would be reach the highest amount before they start to decline, peak by 2030. He also repeated China's commitment to reach net zero emissions by mid-century and urged countries to work together to combat the climate crisis. How nice of him to say that. Amendment L024 is pretty simple. It changes the effective date of House Bill 1266 to January 1st of the first year following the first year that the People's Republic of China reduces its greenhouse gas emissions. So according to the CNBC poll or report, that would be January 1st of 2031 if the president of China was right where he said that the nation's emissions should peak by 2030. That means 2031 should be the first year where they go down. So maybe this would mean that 1266 would become effective on January 1st, 2032. But to continue this effort to raise cost and lower production and blame ourselves for so-called climate change when the hopeful reduction of 1266 would pale in comparison to the continued increase of China between now and 2030 is silly. It's just absolutely no comparison. So we keep burdening ourselves, hamstringing ourselves here in the state of Colorado when we're just one of 50 states. This country is said to be the second largest emitter, but that's not Colorado, that's the whole country. But we want to continue to place greater and greater burdens on ourselves here in Colorado and pretend as though that's changing the climate of the planet. When the largest emitter, China, their president openly admits their emissions, he expects to continue to increase through 2030, and you know how government works. They'll hit that milestone, I'm sure. No. I think it's more likely that we could be here in 2040 or 2050 and China could still be saying, well, give us another 5-10 years and we'll start to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Members, we've got to stop pretending that we're saving the planet with state legislation, because we're not. We're making things more expensive and less available here in our state when the country of China ignores that completely. I ask your support of L024, and let's put some reasonable expectations in the outcome of 1266 by saying that it will be implemented on January 1st of the year following the first year that the People's Republic of China manages to have any reduction, their first ever reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, there were many facts in the discussion from the good senator from Douglas County, but for some perspective, the People's Republic of China roughly has 1/6 of the world's population, and their economy has gone from mostly agrarian 30 years ago to a first world industrialized nation. They do lead the world in the development of wind and solar. I do know that for a fact, and they are also leading the world in the development of electric vehicles. So they are doing their part. I submit we need to do our part in many other nations and states and provinces and prefectures are going to do their part to solve the problem that we're all going to have to deal with. So with that, I'd ask for a no on this amendment.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 24, the double dozen. This amendment makes so much sense. We are choosing to disadvantage the working families of Colorado, the economy of Colorado, the businesses that create jobs of Colorado, and hand economic advantage to the People's Republic of China. They believe in an economic and energy policy of all of the above. They have 58 gigawatts of coal-fired power coming online in the next several days. They've got 260 gigawatts of coal-fired power coming online under development now over the next several months. Now, the reality is we all want our environment to be better. But the reality also is we can't control the airflow due to the Coriolis effect around the globe. We can't control what's flowing into the state, and we are burdening the working families and the economy of Colorado with standards in some cases that are provably higher than we could meet if we took all the cars off the road in that area. If we took all the industry out, the reality is the airflow coming in pushes us over the standard. This amendment simply says, let's be real. Let's have an honest conversation about what's going on. We could still lead But railing against the storm isn't going to get us any good. We've got to, in fact, have cooperation beyond Colorado to make a difference. I urge your support of Amendment L024.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. China has carbon neutral goals. They're building more solar than anywhere else in the world. But why would we tie our aspirations to China? That makes absolutely no sense. Last time I checked, we actually do Colorado solutions and step up and say, as Coloradans, we're going to come together and solve problems. And no, can we solve climate change on our own? But no, but do we throw up our hands and say, well, it's too big, it's too hard, I'm giving up and going home? And tying our aspirations to China makes no sense at all, and I encourage a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I guess we're starting to see where some members' loyalties lie. I mean, the environmental change in China, I guess, is the gold standard or something. According to their president, Xi said during brief remarks at the summit, China looks forward to working with the international community, including the United States, to jointly advance global environmental governance. Xi said China would control coal-fired generation projects and limit increases in coal consumption over the next 5 years. Yeah. He said their emissions would peak out in 2030, so gosh, 5 years, maybe he's got a plan. With reductions taking place the 5 years following that. Oh yeah, that would take us back to somewhere after 2030. Maybe he's got his numbers off a little bit. However, Chinese officials have also emphasized that economic growth, that's a good thing, prosperity, which is still largely dependent on coal power remaining a priority, and the nation is still increasing construction of coal-powered plants, coal-fired power plants. That's China. For instance, China Development Bank and the Export-Import Bank of China together funded, get this, $474 million worth of coal projects outside China in 2020 alone. And coal accounted for more than half of China's domestic energy generation. More than half. Yeah. Last year, according, well, I'll save you the name, but according to China. China, which is home to more than 1.4 billion people, that's more than who live here in Colorado, 1.4 billion. That's more than the number who live in this country and Canada and Mexico together. Yeah. China, which is home to more than 1.4 billion people, saw its emissions surpass 14 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalents in 2019, more than triple 1990 levels, and a 25% increase over the past decade. China's per capita emissions in 2019 also reached 10.1 tons, nearly tripling over the past 2 decades. So again, members, we can keep trying to reduce greenhouse emissions here in Colorado, little by little, tiny little increments, while China increases by vastly, exponentially more than that amount. So what net change occurs to the planet? It keeps getting worse. Our change has no net effect. It's like trying to bail out a boat with an eyedropper. The seawater's flooding in, and we're taking an eyedropper and putting it back in the sea, and then it flows back in. That's a pretty close comparison to what air pollution does on a planet-wide basis. So again, I rise in support and ask for you to vote yes on L024 because all it says is we'll continue to hamstring our economy on beginning January 1st of the year after China reduces their emissions at all. Just 1 year of emission reduction in China, the biggest polluter, will continue to reduce our emissions here in Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator, for discussion, the motion is the adoption of L20. Senator Lundin.
all politics is local. The reality is we are significantly disadvantaging the people, the working families of Colorado, vis-a-vis China and other economies that are choosing to be a little bit more judicious in the heavy hand of regulation they place on that which is so critically important to everything we do in our lives and in our jobs, and that is energy. What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? Well, you shut off the alarm clock. What was powering the alarm clock? Energy. What's the next thing you do? Well, if you live a distance from the Capitol and you've got an 8 o'clock meeting, you turn on the lights because it's still dark outside. Energy. We are significantly disadvantaging. We should take this a step at a time. We should be more judicious. I've got an amendment. I'm not sure if it's sitting up here.
We're voting on L24. Would you like us to vote on L24 first?
Let's do that.
Okay. The motion is the adoption of L24. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. L24 is lost. There's an amendment at the desk somewhere.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read amendment number 14?
L014.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please move the amendment.
I moved the amendment L014.
To the amendment.
And I asked it to be adopted. I had the good fortune to serve with the chair in the House. In the House, they do this funny thing where they offer replacement amendments. I was having an inferential moment where I was remembering my days in the House trying to offer a substitute motion. L14 simply slows down the process, as I was saying. Let's take our foot off the pedal. Let's do this, but let's do this in alignment with what is happening elsewhere. Let's not disadvantage the working families of Colorado to the benefit of people all the way around the globe, China, and quite frankly, a number of people a lot closer to home. This would lower the acceleration or the standard from 48 to 24 and 80 to 50. You can find the specific elements it's interacting with on page 16, line 38 of the Finance Committee report. This goes to the question of what's the right balance? Are we finding the right balance, or are we leaning into this a little bit too hard? I think that the previous amendment was a brilliant way of identifying how we may be out of balance with our international competitors. This would give us the ability to approach things maybe a little more in step with some of the competitors we have around the country. Now, question is, well, why would we do that? Well, quite frankly, because we are going to create, we talk about all sorts of deserts. We have food deserts, we have all sorts of deserts where we have challenges that are inherent in a community, and we seek to resolve that. And we run bills here all the time to try and get at that. What we're doing here is we're trying to create an energy desert in Colorado. We're trying to drive all of the above energy providers out. Coal's gone. We've already taken that off the western slope to the incredible decimation of some of our communities on the western slope. It's done, said and done. Now we're leaning in with efforts like 1266 and 200 to further curtail the oil and gas industry, which, quite frankly, was living to a regulatory framework that was nation leading prior to elements of this nature. This amendment simply says, let's bring a little bit of rational reason to the conversation. I urge your support of Amendment L014.
The motion is the adoption of L014. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of L014. That was the really good one. It's frustrating to have been around this Capitol for 18 years. And while I wasn't necessarily inside the chamber, I was around to hear serious debates about having to shut down coal-powered power plants in Colorado. and to convert to clean natural gas. I like clean natural gas. That's what I use to heat my home. With Amendment L014 and the prior amendment, but I'll speak to this one, our caucus is trying to make changes to this bill that might head off Colorado ending up where California was just last year. Rolling brownouts, overdependence on so-called renewable energy. When the wind blows, when the sun shines, it can make energy. And when the wind doesn't blow or the sun doesn't shine, it's not so good about that. And we have a lot of people who are moving to this state from, well, California, and maybe they're coming here and say, we need to make Colorado, they need to make Colorado more like California. Well, it gets a whole lot more cold here, a whole lot more of the year. And we have people living at much higher altitude. California's got mountains, but golly, do they have the communities at altitude that we do? No. Do they have the winter blizzards that we have out on the eastern plains? It gets cold here. With L014, I believe that we might put a little bit of a dent in this bill so that when we get to this total reliance on renewable energy, remember the governor ran on that, promised it. Seems like the majority caucus is intent in trying to drive us in that direction. When your constituents realize that their houses aren't warm in the winter or cool in the summer, when there's not enough energy to go around, they're going to wish you voted on L014. I don't think you will. I think the die is cast and we in the minority are just doing our job trying to make the points. But at some point, your constituents are going to ask why their furnace doesn't work so well, why their air conditioner doesn't work so well, why their lights are dim or won't come on. And you think that's far-fetched? Look at what happened in California. Look at what drove people out of California. Tax policy, lots of things, but the lack of energy. Clean, renewable energy. Well, I was around here when that was natural gas, and anymore, nope. Now we've got to take the next step and go with unreliable energy that can't meet the needs of the people of Colorado. So I appreciate the sponsor bringing L014, ask for an aye vote. I doubt it'll pass, but it'll make a little bit of difference. Again, ask for an aye vote on L014.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And members, I think it'd be a huge mistake to adopt L014. I think we've been presented over the last 5 or 6 minutes with a series of false choices. If our future as a state is a race to the bottom to try to lower energy costs with no consequence or no thought to the environment, that's not a state I want to live in. But I've got great news for you. We can do both, and we are doing both. This is not a choice between clean energy and job creation. This is not a choice between clean energy and low energy prices, because the more clean energy we do in this state, the lower our energy prices go and the more jobs we create. Those things are related. They're not in conflict. This is a false choice. Colorado has proved it. We are an example to the rest of the states, and we continue down this track making wonderful progress. The reason we are not going to be using coal-fired power in the future is because it doesn't make economic sense. In addition, it doesn't make much environmental sense either, but the marginal cost of coal power in the state of Colorado is approximately $35 a megawatt hour. Last year, the major utilities in this state were contracting for solar and wind 20-year fixed price contracts for less than $20. Why would you keep paying $35 for something when you can get the exact same thing for $20 when you add it up across the system. We add into that a better grid. Thank you, everyone, for your support of Senate Bill 72. We add into that additional storage capacity, and we create resilience while we're reducing emissions. L14 is a false choice. I urge a no vote.
Motion is the adoption of L14. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it, and L14 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1266. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Oh. There is an amendment at the desk.
It just flew out at the printer.
Will the clerk please read amendment number 23?
Amendment L023.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a technical amendment. It does not substantively change the bill, and I encourage you yes vote.
And can you please move amendment 23?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L023.
The motion is the adoption of L23. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Senator Winter.
Mr. Chair, may I request a senatorial 5?
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. All right, we are back. We are right now on Amendment L23. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L023, which clarifies some timing for our smaller industrial sectors and encourage yes vote.
Any discussion on 23? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L23. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L23 is adopted. There's an amendment of the desk. Would the clerk please read amendment number 25?
Amendment L0.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L025.
To the amendment.
Clarifies the type of report that Tri-State has to submit and is done on behalf on the request of Tri-State. Encourage yes vote.
Motion is the adoption of L25. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L25 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1266. All those in favor say aye. Senator Sonnenberg.
Any news?
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 22?
Amendment L0.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L022.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking for an exemption for agriculture processing, and that's what this bill does. This bill allows agriculture to continue to do the business it needs to do, to run its warehouses, to do the processing necessary, whether it be sweet corn, carrots, whatever that may be, and allows them to continue to do their business. They're actually the ones that are saving carbon. Let's help them do that. Ask for your aye vote.
Any discussion on L22? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. L22 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1266. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1266 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion to committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs these reports had on consideration the following House bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1266 is amended. Passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading, final passage.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senator Woodward. With 31 aye votes, 1 no vote, 0 absent, and 3 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted.
Good cows coming over from staff as fast as they can produce them.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. The motion is for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 003 to the Committee of the Whole?
Amendment 003.
Senator Lundin.
Mr. President, thank you so very much. I appreciate the opportunity to, and I do move Cal Amendment 03.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you. Of all the amendments we ran, this is the one that holds us to account for our words, actions, and the law. Simply says that when we told folks that the standard would be 26, it remains 26. We don't move the goalpost to 36. When we told folks that the standard would be 60 or 50, we leave it at 50. We don't move it, the goalpost, to 60. This has to do with the standards that were set to be met by 2025, which was 26%, and this bill surreptitiously, I would argue, moves it to 36, and the 2030 goals of 50%, and I would argue this bill, 1266, actually 200 in sheep's clothing, moves it to 60%. I urge your support of Cal Amendment 003 as a acknowledgement of accountability for this body.
Is there further discussion? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I am happy that the good senator from Monument called 1266 sheep's clothing, because that's pretty cute. And I've been really honest that 200 pieces of it are going in there. So we've, the coalition's been calling it nar, and they're going to appreciate that I just did that on the mic. But I encourage a no vote, because this isn't moving the goalpost. These are the goals that were presented in the roadmap and confirmed by the AQCC, and I encourage no vote on this Cal amendment.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment 003? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of this amendment. Are there any no votes? Senators Moreno, Hawkes Lewis, Zenzinger, Hansen, Coleman, Fields, the Majority Leader, Gonzalez, Story, Danielson, Kolker, Lee, Pedersen, Janal, Buckner, Rodriguez, Bridges, Winter. Please add the president. With 13 aye votes, 19 no votes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Amendment 003 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment 001?
Amendment 001, Cal Amendment 001 to 1266. Senator Holman moved to amend the report of the committee holder short the following Senate Floor Amendment L24 to House Bill 1266 did pass.
Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry for my delay. I move Cal Amendment 1 to 1266.
To the amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This would show that the amendment did pass, that ties this bill, the effective date, to January 1st of the calendar year following the first year that the People's Republic of China reduces its greenhouse gas emissions. This is important because Colorado has been working to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions for just about as long as I've been around the Capitol. Again, before I was elected, I heard a lot of discussions about this from outside the chamber. And my goodness, there's been a lot of legislation. Looks like there's going to be bills every year to continue to further reduce Colorado greenhouse gas emissions. And all of that put together has made no difference because China has increased by vastly more than our decrease. So, before we put even further burdens on the people of Colorado and industry in Colorado, before we try to compensate this tiny little amount compared to the increases that China is implementing every single year, and their president said would continue at least through 2030. Let's be reasonable and say that we will implement these further reductions in our tiny little slice of the pie on January 1st of the year following the very first year that China has any reduction at all in their greenhouse gas emissions. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. I don't know why we are putting our aspirations to China. We should talk about what's happening here in the United States, and more importantly, what is happening in Colorado. I am asking for a no on this amendment.
Having no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of Amendment 001. Are there any no votes? Senators Coleman, Hawkes Lewis, Hansen, Moreno, Kolker, Rodriguez, Bridges, Danielson, Zenzinger, Janal, Lee, Priola, Patterson, Buckner, Story, Gonzalez, Fields, Winter, the Majority Leader. Please add the President. With 12 ayes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Amendment 001 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 004 to the committee of the whole?
Amendment 004.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 004.
To the amendment, Senator.
Remember, this died so quickly, I thought I'd bring it back up so we could actually have a conversation. Now, I anticipate it'll be a very short conversation, but what this amendment does is allow agriculture to continue to do its carbon sequestration and do the things it does to help our environment. We've done that for years in agriculture, and so I'm looking for that exemption to allow agriculture processing to continue to work so agriculture can remove and utilize carbon sequestration and make our environment better. You limit agriculture, all of a sudden your environment goes the other direction because what we grow actually helps our environment. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a no vote on this. A large portion of agriculture is already exempted from AQCC rulemaking, except for the processing, which we believe is appropriate to have where it is, and I ask for a no vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 004. Are there any no votes? Senators Coleman, Hawkes Lewis, Lee, Janal, Pedersen, Story, Danielson, Zenzinger, Gonzalez, Fields, Hansen, Moreno, Kolker, Rodriguez, Buckner, Winter, Bridges, the Majority Leader. Please add the President. With 13 aye votes, 19 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Amendment 004 is lost. The motion before the body is the adoption of the committee whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Woodward, Cook, Lundin, Coram, Simpson, Heisey, Rankin, Smallwood, the Minority Leader. Liston. With 21 aye votes, 11 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1266 as amended, passed on second reading, word revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1250?
House Bill 1250 by Representative Herod and Gonzalez Gutierrez and Senator Fields concerning measures to address law enforcement accountability and in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Would the good senator from Arapahoe County please explain to the body for the need for a third reading amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. We've been working on this bill since Friday, and through consensus and stakeholders meetings, we have to make some improvements on this bill.
The motion before the body is to allow the good senator from Arapahoe County permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Permission is granted. Senator Gardner. A senatorial 5 has been requested and will be granted. The Senate will come back to order. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 075?
Amendment L075 to House Bill 1250.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we are on third reading. Did we request permission for a third reading amendment?
You did, Senator.
Thank you. Then I move L075 along with my co-sponsor here of the amendment. Members, House Bill 1250 itself has been the subject of a lot of close negotiation for some time. Amendment L075 commits to a best practices in policing study, and I want to give you a heads up that there is an amendment to be offered and for which we will request permission in a couple of minutes, L084, assuming we're successful, that refines a bit of this language because, not to be trite, but the devil is always in the details. This is a multi-page amendment, and it is important that we not have objection. Otherwise, we're going to do it in 9 pieces and request individual permission on each of the 9 and discuss that. I will spare you the reading. What the policing study amendment does is create, through the Division of Local Government, a framework for a study with a nationally recognized research and consulting entity. People always say, well, hold on there, who's going to be the entity? Well, the entity will be chosen by the advisory committee, which will include 4 of us from the General Assembly, the usual bipartisan, bi-chamber group, essentially 4 members of the community, if you will, concerned with policing practices, 4 members of the law enforcement community who are also concerned with policing practices. There will be a scope of work. The criteria are set forth in the amendment. The scope of work can be refined by the advisory committee. And at that point, we will have a good deal better set of information about Colorado, policing in Colorado in our communities, and what the data is. This is an important amendment in order to reach agreement amongst all the stakeholders, and I urge both that you do not object to the multi-page and that you vote aye on Amendment 075.
The motion is to allow the good senator from Colorado Springs permission to offer a third reading amendment. Are there any no votes? To the amendment, are there any no votes regarding, as the good senator from Colorado Springs just summarized as Amendment L075, are there any no votes on Amendment L075? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Amendment L075 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Senator Gardner.
Thank you. I request permission to offer another third reading amendment, L084.
Would the good senator from Colorado Springs please explain to the body why permission should be granted to offer a third reading amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L084 is some refining of language in the previously adopted L075. I'm just going to tell you that as you can imagine, the stakeholders have a lot of interest and perceptions about how this study is going to be conducted, what they're looking at, and so forth. This is language that the law enforcement community felt was important to have a balanced.
Senator Gardner, could we vote on permission first, and then you can explain the amendment once it's moved?
Certainly.
The motion before the body is to grant permission to the senator from Colorado Springs to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Permission is granted. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L084?
L084.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. As I've already explained, members, this is some language refinement and balancing, and I move L084 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L084. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Amendment L084 is adopted. Senator Fields.
Mr. President, I request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Would the good senator from Arapahoe County please explain the need for a third reading amendment?
Basically, this is the second part of the amendment that we talked about as it relates to an advisory group that is going to be responsible for combing through the data and making recommendations. But the study that we want to do is to address no-knock. We ran out of time, and we need somebody to really understand what no-knock forced entry should look like. When we first introduced the topic, it was going to be a series of knocks. And so if you do something like this, you can do a series of knocks 5 times, and you can find yourself, entering into someone's home or place. So instead of just coming up with an arbitrary number, what we wanted to do is to put together a work group and have them study through evidence-based data what no-knock should look like. It has the same makeup that we talked about before with the studies group. It's going to be convened by the Attorney General's office.
Senator Fields, can we first vote on permission before explaining the amendment? The motion before the body is to allow the senator from Arapahoe County permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L076?
Amendment L076.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has a series of members like we talked about.
Senator Fields, will you move the amendment?
Yes, I move Amendment L076.
To the amendment, sir.
So the study group will have 12 members, a district attorney, someone from the Sheriff's Association, we'll have chiefs of police, we'll have police officers, we'll have a public defender, we'll have defense attorneys, we'll have representatives from the House and from the Senate, and we are to convene no later than August the 16th, 2021.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment L076? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. When this bill came before the Senate State Affairs Committee, I offered an amendment that I later withdrew pertaining to no-knock warrants. Because we've seen across the country, most notably with the death of Breonna Taylor, the devastating impact that these incidents can have. I will say that I am disappointed that that folks weren't able to come to consensus to actually move forward the substantive policy, but I am grateful that there will be a study group to address this issue because it is important. It is critical, I think, to community to have clarification and to have a statewide policy. I ask for an aye vote on this L76.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the chair of State Veterans and Military Affairs because we did make a commitment to the committee that we were going to try to solve it. We just didn't have the resources to do it right. And we want to get it right because once we have a policy, we want to make sure that we are uniformed in our approach moving forward. And so we need somebody to do that work for us because it would just put more work on some of the lobbyists and some of the other folks that we've been working with so hard. And we thought the best way to do it is to convene a working group under the AG's office with the same type of advocacy groups that have been working with us since 217, Senate Bill 217. So we think this is a great approach, but I'm disappointed as well that we weren't able to get there. But I do think having somebody study it so that we're doing the right thing is the right approach. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment L076.
Is there any discussion regarding Amendment L076? Are there any no votes on Amendment L076? With 32 aye votes, 0 no, 0 absent, 3 excused, Amendment L076 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of my co-prime sponsor and myself, we renew our motion for the passage of House Bill 1250 as amended. Members, this has been a lot of work. My co-prime sponsor, myself, the stakeholders on all sides. I want to thank the Senate President because we need to get this right. We did Senate Bill 217 in Part 2 of our last regular session. It was an important bill. 1250 represents some needed refinements to that. At the same time, it was the kind of competing interest bill that 217 was. We will be dealing with what the power of the police is, what the appropriate role of the police and law enforcement in America is and will be for years to come. I think wherever you come out on the issue, I come out in a different place than many, many of you. Nevertheless, we all recognize that in a free society with rights constitutionally protected that we wish to observe, it is important that we do that. Indulge me, if you will, members. I have been in former Soviet bloc countries where the police are just learning this. They come from a tradition where it's a little like, for those of you old enough to have watched Casablanca, Claude Rains says, round up the usual suspects, and they take them in and extract a confession, for instance. That is not sort of the fact pattern we have here, but in terms of regard for rights, this is hard. This is hard. I want to assure law enforcement that we have done our very best to ensure that you can do your job, protect our communities with due regard for the rights of those with whom you interact, and at the same time to ensure that each of you have the best possible chance of doing your shift, contributing to your community, and doing so in as safe a manner as possible. I'm going to stop there. We could talk for hours about it, and I will in other places and time. Thank you, Mr. President and members. I ask for an aye vote and yield to my co-prime.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to also thank the co-prime sponsor on this bill. I could have not done this work without him. He was a great facilitator in the meeting and making sure that everyone had their say, and then we went to work with the good drafter helping us kind of come up with the appropriate language. And then we've made several revisions. We would take it back, so it's kind of like a back and forth tennis game a little bit. And we've been working on this, I would say, since the summer, because we were hearing from law enforcement that we needed to make some fixes. So there's 4 major things that we did in this bill. The first thing we did is we clarified language. because it was left up to interpretation, and we didn't do a very good job defining some terms. And one of the areas that we focus on is data collection. So the data is collected by the public safety, and they had some issues in reference to some of the terms. So we cleared that up, and we broadened the requirements. We also put in there some due process provision for law enforcement when it comes to their post-certification. So at the end, I think we're going to continue to work on this, especially when it comes to the recommendations that we get back from the work group. So I, too, ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here we are again, the end of a session. And here we are again witnessing the good senator from Aurora and the good senator from Colorado Springs leading an effort to find a way to thread the needle to do it right. Last year it was Senate Bill 217. Now we see it again. I want to thank the two senators for their hard work on this bill, but I also want to thank them for their trust that they've developed between the two of them. A Democrat mom from Aurora, the mom of a murder victim, a champion for Black Lives Matter, an attorney from Colorado Springs, a conservative, a Republican, a father. If there were, and maybe there should be, an award of recognition that we would all vote on for those who work together most effectively, I think that the senator from Aurora and the senator from Colorado Springs would be the winners of that award. Last year, it was probably the toughest subject we dealt with: police accountability. Now, with arguably the toughest subject we will address, at least that which will receive bipartisan support, they're right in the middle of it again. We have seen, even tonight, legislation that has changed in a hurry. And all of us, I'm sure not all of us here in the chamber, fully understood every amendment that was being considered. I have trust in these amendments and look forward to reading the next version of the bill to fully understand what they have constructed, but I trust the two senators in this effort because they've earned that trust. They earned it last year, and I think they're earning it again this year. In the closing hours of a session, it's tempting, it's easy to just go with an easy solution. Or if you're in the majority, just go with what the majority supports and ignore the minority. But once again, just like with 217 last year, that's not happening. Mr. President, I appreciate your leniency. I'm not speaking directly to the bill, but offering praise for the two bill sponsors for bringing this bill to where it is now. I had no written down on the face of the bill. I was going to be a no vote. But now I'm going to have to reevaluate that because of the quality of work that's been done here, and I'm grateful to the two sponsors. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill, as does most of law enforcement. This has been a long process, I know, with the senators, and it was supposed to be a cleanup bill from last year, 217, and I believe it met that goal and met that objective. Even though I think the bill might be even longer than 217 was, I think it isn't where it needs to be. The good senator from Aurora talked about due process. That was one of the issues from last year. It was unclear whether or not officers and deputies got due process under 217. So this bill cleaned it up, explaining what their due process rights were with the post board. It increased money for body cams, which we fought for during the budget process. And this bill now, because that was stripped out, and now this bill takes care of that money, that agencies can now get body cams. It redefined what a contact was, because that was pretty, vague in 217. So it defined what contacts are with law enforcement and the public. It has whistleblower protections. So if somebody, an officer or deputy, talks to internal affairs or the administration about something that was might have been inappropriate, it protects them for going forward and doing the right thing. It expanded the use of force when it comes to death used by law enforcement. It also talks about the duty to report the use of force, and it explains that in a more detailed way. This bill, I think, took about all year long to all session long to come to this point, and it's in a good place. And I would encourage your support. I know they're still working on, the no knocks, which is really, we just had an amendment on that, which is more complicated than what you might think. And so we're moving forward with the no knock. And so I put my faith and trust in the good senators and the task force that they're going to create under this bill to talk about no knock entries or forcible entries. So this bill is in a good spot, and I appreciate all the work that the good senator from El Paso County and the good senator from Aurora has put into it, because I know it's been very difficult, and I'd ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1250.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1250 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, House Bill 1250 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Janal, Bridges, Hansen, Buckner, Pedersen, Zenzinger, Coleman, Hawkes Lewis, Cook, Kolker, Gonzalez, Danielson, Lee, Lundeen, Story. Please add the President and the Majority Leader. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1321? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1321 lay over until tomorrow.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted, and House Bill 1321 will lay over until 6/8/21 and retain its place on the calendar. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the code rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title, Mr. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 200 lay over until December 9th.
The motion is for Senate Bill 200 to lay over to December 9th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Oh, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to explain why we are laying it over until December 9th. It's because in 2019, on December 9th, we lost an incredible human being. Her name was Lorraine Granado. She started the Cross Community Coalition, and she was an environmental justice activist for many, many years. And if you know the Elaria Swansea Globeville neighborhood, you know that they lived within the shadows of I-70 and the shadows of the Asarco plant. And the Asarco plant rained toxins down on this community for years and years and years. And ultimately, the community came together and they fought Asarco and ended up winning a multi-million-dollar lawsuit that cleaned the soil. They literally went through the neighborhoods and dug up 6 inches of soil and cleaned that because of what that community experienced. And it never would have happened if Lorraine hadn't fought for that. She told stories of how the local ponds in the neighborhood, they were told not to swim in because they would get cancer. In 1995, a railroad tanker car owned by Vulcan Materials Company leaked, releasing the equivalent of 3,300 gallons of hydraulic acid into the air and in the soil. And we've since cleaned it up, and we built a park, and it's now the Lorraine Granado Park. So the reason I laid over Senate Bill 200 is until December 9th is because to honor her. Because when I was 23 years old, she taught me what organizing was. She taught me what it meant to listen to community. She taught me what environmental justice was, and that it wasn't about things being dirty or toxic, but it was actually about restorative justice, and it was about making sure that the harms that were done were right. She taught me how to go door knocking, not in a way to get votes, but to go door knocking in a way that centered the voices of disproportionately impacted community, that centered the voices of those that were harmed. And it was in her honor I was working on Senate Bill 200. It was in her honor I was working on 1266. And that's why Senate Bill 200 got laid over until December 9th in honor of Lorraine Granado.
Members, the motion is for Senate Bill 200 to lay over until December 9th. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 200 will lay over until December 9th. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1324?
House Bill 1324 by Representative Pelton, Roberts, Senator Rodriguez, and Heisey, concerning measures to facilitate the use of innovative energy technology by investor-owned utilities in Colorado in connection therewith authorizing the Public Utilities Commission to review and approve investor-owned utilities applications for low-emission innovative energy technologies based on meeting specified criteria.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1384 and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Report.
1324 and the SVMA Committee Report. To the SVMA Committee Report, Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did an amendment for a clarification pointing to the statute to where the 1.5% ERP cap is at.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the SVMA Committee Report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the State Veteran Military Affairs Committee Report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Rodriguez.
There is an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 18?
Amendment L018.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This makes.
Would you like to move the amendment?
I move Amendment L018.
To the amendment.
This makes clear that crystal clear the cost cannot exceed the 1.5 rate collar. It also removes the amendment to because it re-puts it in this one. Any innovative project is just a small portion of the overall cost of the resource plan. Commercial and industrial customers wanted this language to ensure the cost cap applied to these projects. The company cannot begin to recover costs until the project is delivering electricity to customers, removing the stranded cost concern that some stakeholders had.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L18. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone? Thank you. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and L18 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion.
Yeah.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 20?
Amendment L020.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L020.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a simple amendment. I actually think this is more in line with how the bill was introduced. The bill refers to zero emissions and then goes on to only talk about carbon dioxide emissions, even though the original bill said greenhouse gas emissions, which is more inclusive. This changes carbon dioxide back to greenhouse gas emissions.
Seeing no further discussion on L20, the motion is the adoption of L20. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and L20 is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 14?
L014.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L014.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In talking with folks from Xcel Energy just a few minutes ago, there is some interest in changing this a little bit, but since we're on seconds and we only have hours left, I want to offer this amendment. If we need to make a tweak tomorrow, we can try to do that, or people can vote this down and we don't have to talk about it again tomorrow, this amendment, that is. But what this amendment does is, so this bill is about Xcel Energy, and it's not written specifically for Xcel Energy, it's written for investor-owned utilities. But my sense is only Xcel would use this tool if passed. But what it says is that if an investor-owned utility, so ratepayer money, is being used to support something that is inherently risky, right? So the bill only allows, it only contemplates investments in technologies that have not been widely deployed around the country. So these are new technologies, these are not tested at a commercial scale. I think that is okay if there are reasons why we are doing that. For instance, to support a community that has a coal plant closing, or to support the tax base in that community. I think those types of investments can be warranted. What I'm unsure of is why we would be allowing a profit on that investment above and beyond the profit the company would have made if they made a more conventional investment to produce the same amount of energy. So what this says is that if you're going to invest ratepayer dollars into new technologies, so it's kind of like R&D, you can do that, but you can't make more money off of it than you would if you invested in something like solar. Which is a proven technology. We know how it works. We know generally what the returns are going to be and things like that. Xcel Energy, my understanding is they are somewhat open to this, but would rather it not just be solar, but to be the average of all clean energy, so including wind, et cetera. I have not written the amendment to be that. It's just about photovoltaic, but they have an interest in making it broader. We can talk about that, but I wanted to offer this because it's what I had drafted.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment for the reasons stated by the Majority Leader. I think this is a good amendment, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd hope that before thirds we might be able to improve on this amendment a little bit. I have two big questions. So one is, as I look at this, I don't really see a time frame over which we're looking for that income to be. So I'm expecting that what's going to happen is we'll have a utility will invest R&D money over the next 10 years, and then the first couple of years they'll make a little, and then maybe down the road a lot. At what point do we begin to cap the income level? And then question two is, one of my worries is if we have limited the upside, that we perhaps are telling the folks in industry not to pursue these technologies because there's not a great return. You know, if we're simply following profits they can make on a simple kind of commodity product that's already out there, then perhaps it's not worth even reviewing. So,
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the good senator from Loveland, I think those are good points. In terms of the how would they calculate this? I think that's a good point, and I had that wonder myself. I have faith that the commission will figure out a way to calculate it. They will take a certain time horizon, and they will say, you know, in this latest bid of the ERP, this is how much Xcel Energy would have made on their profit off of solar at, let's say it's a 300 megawatt install. They could come up with a rational, justifiable number of what the company would have made on their profit. And I think they would go in some sort of exercise like that, probably more complicated than I just described. On the second question, I think that's a pretty telling concern, because if Xcel Energy is looking at something to produce 300 megawatts, and they have more conventional, you know, these days, like PV, solar panels, to get that amount of energy, or they have a riskier investment, and we're saying, well, if you only allow them to make as much profit as they would off of the conventional investment, they're not going to do it because it's risky. That's my point. I don't think they should be using ratepayer dollars to do a risky investment that they wouldn't invest their own money in. If it's too risky for them, it's too risky for the ratepayers. And so this isn't against innovative technology. This isn't against doing something where a coal community has been. It is that I think that type of work, that investment in startup technologies, in new things that haven't been proven, should happen by some tech startup on Pearl Street in Boulder. and then eventually gets commercialized and brought to scale. And then they sell it to Xcel Energy in the bidding process. I don't think it's appropriate for Xcel to do that from the beginning. I think it needs to be tested. And again, I'm okay with it happening as long as we limit so it doesn't become a profit center for the sake of building it in order to make profit, but instead actually is about innovation and helping these communities. So I get where you're coming from, Senator. I think in some ways that's exactly why I'm interested in these guardrails.
Seeing Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. This whole bill is about innovation and innovative processes. We've heard many times how solar and wind have come down and now they're cheaper than, you know, coal, which used to be the gold standard for the least expensive. Well, it wasn't always that way. Solar and wind are now mature industries. Always improving, hope they always do. But when solar and wind were new and they were prototypes and they were just being thought of and being developed and built into commercial scale, they were not at the rate and the price that they are now. So I have to expect innovation to cost you a little more while you're developing it into a mature industry. So I ask for a no vote.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo my colleagues' sentiments. I ask for no vote. Look, the ERP that's been done current ERP is about $1 a month for average customer. The innovative projects would be about 4% of the plan, so you're looking at about 4%. Colorado has some of the lowest rates in the country. I'm not ending the discussion that we had with the majority leader out in the hall. I think we can get to a good place on this. I know a lot of people oppose it at this point. I just ask for no vote so we can flesh this out and we can always look at a third reading amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, here's a rare opportunity. Might want to write down the time and the date. I'm here in support of the majority leader's amendment. Had to happen sometime. I appreciate the communication that is available, and for those watching or listening online, the folks who stand out there outside the glass are called lobbyists because they stand in a place called the lobby. And there happens to be a representative of the Intermountain Rural Electric Association outside, and I took a copy of L014 and walked outside and handed it to her, and I just got a text back that says the Intermountain Rural Electric Association supports L014. I'm an Xcel customer, so when I go to turn on my heat or get the air conditioner on in the summer, I'm paying Xcel Energy to make those motors turn, lights come on. But about half of the district that I represent are customers of the Intermountain Rural Electric Association. So their voice matters. And this isn't just a corporate perspective, they're representing members who own IREA. So this opinion matters a lot. And for folks watching the online, that's more often than not what lobbying is like. It's a conduit out to entities, and in this case, customers who I represent. And I'm told they support this amendment. So I'll be an aye vote and ask you to be an aye vote as well.
Motion is the adoption of L14. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it, and L14 is lost.
Just a guess. I don't know.
Surprised me a bit.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number?
Oh, did I hand you the wrong pen? Oh, yeah, L10. Sorry.
5,000. Amendment number 10.
Amendment L010.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members,
like to
another
move your amendment?
Another amendment for your
Would you like to move your
consideration. I
amendment,
move
Senator
L10 to House Bill 1324.
Perfect. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is, I think, a really important concept for this bill. I, like the good senator from Boulder, also very supportive of making investments in communities where there have been previous retirements, where we want to protect property tax base, et cetera, make sure we're rebuilding that over time. But I think we need to make sure that the risk of those projects is properly allocated to the company, the corporation that is going to do those projects. And L10 essentially says that if you build a new project, it needs to be operational for you to get paid. It needs to work if the ratepayers are going to take on that expense. So it's a very simple amendment. It just says if the project is abandoned or canceled, you don't get recovery from the ratepayers. I think that's pretty fair. If the company is going to take a risk on an innovative project, as they're labeling it, I think it makes sense that the ratepayers are protected from that operational risk. If it works, great. PUC gives you recovery for that investment. If it doesn't, the ratepayers are held harmless. They aren't on the hook for something that doesn't work, that gets abandoned or canceled. And folks, this is not a hypothetical situation. It's happened in the state of Colorado before. Fort St. Vrain is an example. It also comes up when you think about the operational performance of Comanche 3 in Pueblo, where it has had very poor performance over parts of its operational life. It's needed new heat exchanger tubes. It's cost the ratepayers $50, $60 million to do those repairs. So this is not hypothetical. I'm fine if we want to take some risk on new projects and put them in places where we already have the transmission, where we already have the footprint set up for utility operations. But I think it's fair that the investor, in this case the utility, is accepting the operational risk that comes with those investments. If it works, great, you get recovery. If it's abandoned or canceled, the ratepayers should not be on the hook. That's the essence of L10, and I ask for your support on this amendment.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. Colleagues, if you look at the fiscal note, where it talks about the summary of legislation, you'll notice that there is no appropriations or fiscal note, because this is be put on the backs of the ratepayers. And if you read down at the very bottom, the last paragraph, it says, once approved by the PUC through the electric resource planning process, a project or partnership is allowed to earn the utility's most recently authorized rate of return. I think that's like 9.5%, 10% guaranteed rate of return. Now, I got to tell you, if I was in business, I would sure love a guaranteed rate of return of 10% authorized through the state of Colorado. But then it goes on. Most recently authorized rate of return, even if the project is determined to be uneconomical. Here's the reason why there's no appropriation. Because even if it's uneconomical, it's going to be put on the backs of the ratepayers. And unfortunately, I'll be honest, unfortunately, I have XL. I wish I didn't. But I'm going to be forced to pay, just like about 1.5 million other people in this state who have Excel, going to be forced to pay through my rates if this project, what they're doing, is uneconomical. And that's not right. The company, the shareholders, should have some vested interest in this, not just the ratepayers. So I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment, because let's level the playing field and have the corporation have some risk in this, not just the ratepayers.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. Thank you to my good colleague from Weld County or Greeley or wherever you're from. I heard this speech on the last. I heard this speech on the last of the few other environmental bills we've heard today. So thank you very much. Colleagues, this bill is about jobs. It's about local communities. You know, for my colleagues on this side of the aisle, we always talk about the Green New Deal, just transition. This bill is trying to achieve that. If you were in the testimony, you had people from these towns begging for this policy. It's going to bring opportunities for them. It's going to look at these people make $80,000 to $120,000 a year working at these plants, and these are opportunities to save some jobs and resources and money for their school funding for their districts and tax revenue. I don't know where we put our money where our mouth is when we do all this environmental shutdown of everything, but this is an opportunity to save these cities and these towns that have these plants. And I just look at this bill as an opportunity to put our money where our mouth is with this legislation. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 10. You've heard me argue from this well many times this session that passing an increased rate upon the broad consumer base is like a tax. This amendment simply brings things into line. It says innovation's great, but if it doesn't work out, the ratepayers shouldn't be paying for it. Corporations deploy investable capital for the purposes of innovation. That's fine, but not on the backs of the ratepayers. This amendment simply brings us into an alignment where we find the sweet spot, I think, of potential innovation and protecting the working people of Colorado. Have you heard me say that tonight before? The working people of Colorado. It's energy night tonight in the Colorado State Senate. Thank you. I urge your support of L10.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick note. I heard the Senate sponsor talk about this is about jobs. This is not about jobs. This is about corporate welfare and corporate giveaway. And so this amendment is necessary to keep that from happening. So I'd ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L10. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it and L10 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1324. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1324 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion for the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
Don't forget highly regulated monopoly. No, there's other ways to do it.
What would you like? What would you prefer? Yeah, me too. I'm happy to help. Love you too. I got you, man.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met, had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report as had in consideration the following tax bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1324 as amended, pass the second reading, order revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 200 laid over until December 9th and retaining its place in the calendar.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 01001 to the committee of the whole?
Amendment 001 to the committee of the whole.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move cow number 1.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is L014. This simply says that ratepayer money can and should be invested in these communities, can and should be invested in these innovative projects, but the profit that the utility makes should not be more than what they would have made if they invested in a proven technology like solar or wind or geothermal or you name it. This simply is about capping the profit so that this isn't a profit center, but is instead about doing the right thing for the workers in the community and not driving the costs up because the owner of that project gets an automatic return based on a percentage of how much it costs. So this still the bill would still encourage these investments. It would just limit in a reasonable manner what the profit is for the utility building it.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the Majority Leader's cow amendment. As I mentioned earlier, the Intermountain Rural Electric Association, IREA, supports the amendment and would support this cow. Since then, I've heard from the Colorado Rural Electric Association, maybe you've heard of them, CREA, and they support it as well. If some or all of your constituents reside in communities that have power provided by IREA or CREA, I would think that would be of interest to you. I don't get my gas or electric from either of those entities. I think, like the good senator from Weld County, I'm a Xcel Energy customer. I think it's the right thing to do. Vote yes, ask for your support for the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader's amendment. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this. As you know, that the Mr. President, oh shit. It's late. I'm tired. There's a lot of things. Just vote no, darn it.
The good senator from Denver will be fined $1. Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the concern seems to be about the money that the ratepayer is going to have to pay. So let me repeat something that my co-prime said earlier in case you kind of missed that. They are, in this bill, they are restricted to the 1.5%. That's for the whole 7,000 megawatts. What we're talking here is 300 of those 7,000 megawatts, which is about 4%, and to the average person's bill with Xcel, that amounts to about 4 cents. Of all of the dozens of bills we've passed here this year, where I've stood up and said, this is going to raise the cost, how much is it going to cost the consumer? We finally have a bill that I can tell you what it's going to cost the consumer, about 4 cents. Be money well spent. I urge a no vote.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, in that case, if it's only 4 cents, why doesn't the Xcel pick up the cost? If it's only 4 cents to the ratepayer, it's only 4 cents to the state-sanctioned monopoly. And the shareholder should pick up that 4% because it's only, or 4 cents, because it's only 4 cents. Why not let them pick it up instead of the shareholders? So I'd ask for a yes vote on the Cow amendment.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also rise in support of L14. I just want to put this in a little bit of context. We're talking about 300 megawatts. We don't know exactly what technology might get selected. Right now, new gas plants, $600, $700 per kilowatt, which means we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of investment here, which will get, as was mentioned earlier, a return on equity of 9.7%, return on debt of 4.5% or so, gives you a weighted average return of around 7% on what could be $200-300 million. So this is real money. I'm quite sure it's going to be more than 4 cents per customer. So this is an important decision. Yes, it's a small piece, 1.5% of a much larger set of investments that we're making, but let's do it in as responsible a way as we can. And I think L14, and we'll be talking about L10 in a second, both try to accomplish the correct bumpers, if you will, boundaries to make sure we're protecting the ratepayers. So I urge your support of L14.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. As said before, on 18, we put caps that none of this money could be recollected until they started generating power for customers. So just want to reiterate that, ask for no vote.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001 of the Committee of the Whole. Are there any no votes? Senators Heisey, Rankin, Liston, Coleman, Fields, Pedersen, Winter, Danielson, Woodward, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Story. Please add the President. And Senator Zenzinger. With 18 ayes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Amendment 001 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 002?
Cal Amendment 002.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And this is L10 that we talked about just a few minutes ago. And so I move Cal Amendment number 2.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. President and colleagues, again, this is really about trying to create the right framework for these investments. I think there's a huge amount of support for trying new innovation and for doing these investments in places where we need to rebuild infrastructure after plant retirements. But I think it's fair to put some clear operational constraints on recovery. If the plant is abandoned, if it's canceled, if it never gets used, I don't think the ratepayers should be on the hook for that. And so that's really what I'm asking here, is that if that happens to this plant, these investments in the future, that the ratepayers not bearing the risk. Instead, we're putting that risk where I believe it belongs, which is on the corporation that's making that investment. And so we can accomplish that together if we accept this Cal amendment and say that L10 has passed.
Is there further discussion? Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the Cal amendment. You know, if we actually read the Cal amendment, it says deployment except that if an innovative energy technology project is abandoned or canceled. You know, if you look at the bill, it doesn't even say what an innovative project is, but it says what it isn't. But is abandoned or canceled in whole or in part, the utility is not entitled to recover any cost of research, planning, and development, construction, startup, or operation in connection with the project. I go back to the fiscal note. And it says, a project or partnership is allowed to earn the utility's most recently authorized rate of return, even if the project is determined to be uneconomical. The ratepayer should not be on the hook for a bill that, or for a project that is abandoned or canceled. The ratepayer shouldn't be on the hook. Shareholders should be on the hook. They need to assess the risks, because that's what corporations do and that's what businesses do. The shareholders should pay for it if it's abandoned or canceled. I'd ask for an aye vote on Cal 002.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in opposition to L010. The reason why If we want to have an amendment that stifles innovation and new technologies, this is it. You know, we say that we don't want the ratepayers to pay for this. Well, you know, you look at other businesses in the pharmaceutical industry, the automotive industry, any industry out there that is trying to innovate and bring in new products, the so-called customers indirectly are taking a risk at the same time. You can shake your head, but they are. And if this amendment goes through, the utility industry is going to say, why should we take the risk if we can't recover anything? We just won't innovate at all. So I rise in opposition to this. I want to see good new technologies, we all do, but if the various corporations have to eat it all, the cheapest and the best thing they're going to do is to say no. So I urge a no vote on this.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, in regards to the last comments, XL is a state-sanctioned monopoly. I have no choice but to have XL. I can't go to another company and say, hey, I want you to provide my electricity. So there is no competition there, as in like the pharmaceuticals. I can say, hey, I want this drug, or I want that drug, or I want a generic, or I want the mainstream drug. So there's competition there. There isn't in this case. When we talk about innovation, we don't even know what the innovation is. All we know is what it's not. It's not standalone wind or solar. That's all we know. There is no, we don't know. There is no innovation here. Why should the ratepayers pay for it? Now again, if I'm a consumer of a pharmaceutical, I can decide whether to take it or not. I can decide to take the brand name, or I can take the generic. So why should we allow a state-sanctioned monopoly to just say whatever innovation is? Hey, this is what we're saying innovation is, and you guys are going to have to pay for it, regardless of what you think, regardless if it's canceled, and you're going to have to pay for it. So I would ask, again, for an aye vote on the Cow Amendment.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a no vote. My good colleague from Weld County might not remember how the COVID vaccine was done, but it was funded by government to get for the innovation to discover the vaccine cure. But I ask for no vote. You know, this amendment has been opposed by IBW and the pipe fitters. They're the ones that most affected by this work and looking for opportunities for high-paying jobs. So ask for an aye vote or no vote.
Senator
No. Thank you, Mr. President. In asking for a no vote on this, I want to speak to the state-sanctioned monopoly. What it is a state-regulated monopoly. That's what the PUC is for. If you have a problem with the process, that's a different discussion, that's a different bill, and talk to me afterwards. We can already pull bill titles for next year, and we could just pull one saying concerning the PUC, and we could change the process. But that's not what this bill is about. The process is the PUC regulates this monopoly, and that's why the PUC is even there. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. True, it's regulated, but it is also state-sanctioned. They get a guaranteed rate of return of 9.5%. To me, that is a state-sanctioned monopoly. They don't have to prove that they're efficient. They don't have to prove that they can get the job done. They get a guaranteed rate. Anytime they build a new power plant, whether it's effective or not or efficient, they get a guaranteed rate of return. To me, that is a state-sanctioned monopoly. True, they're regulated, but those regulators guarantee what they can make. So they are sanctioned by the state. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would want to clarify one thing that my good colleague, the senator from Denver, said about about the COVID vaccinations. While the government supposedly subsidized some of it, there's one company in particular, Pfizer, did not accept any government money whatsoever, $0. And they went out and they spent hundreds of millions of dollars, or however much they spent, and they have not accepted any government money. And they've been marketing the vaccine, of which many of us have all benefited from. So I just want to clarify that point. And as to the utilities are not always guaranteed. They do not always get that so-called state sanctioned rate of return. There's many examples of utilities, including XL, that's the most they can make is that 9 or 9.5%, but they are not guaranteed that rate. They can make less than that, and if they have a bad year or cost overruns, then they don't get it. And not only does the company suffer, but their shareholders suffer as well, far more so than the ratepayers. I know that from personal experience. I urge a no vote on this.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one quick closing comment on this reconsideration of L10. Colleagues, I'm not sure why we're talking about pharmaceuticals here. There is very little relation between the business model of a pharmaceutical company and a regulated utility. They have nothing really to do with each other. As the previous good senator from El Paso Kennedy just mentioned, Pfizer didn't use any public money. They used risk capital from their investors to invest in really smart scientists and great lab equipment, and they have significantly improved the health and welfare of the United States of America. Fantastic, but it is a business model that doesn't have anything to do with regulated utilities. All we're asking for with this Cow amendment is that if it doesn't work, the ratepayers don't have to pay. If it gets abandoned, if it's canceled, the ratepayers shouldn't be on the hook. I think that's fair. I think we're asking a corporation to use risk capital to do something that is risky, and that makes a ton of sense. And if it works, then they get their rate of return. So I ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 002. Are there any no votes? Senators Liston, Heisey, Coleman, Kolker, Danielson, Pedersen, Buckner, Winter, Gonzalez, Story, Fields, Rodriguez. Please add the President. And Senator Zenzinger. With 18 ayes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Amendment 002 is passed. The motion is for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 3 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1324 is amended, passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 200 laid over until 12/9/21 and retains place on the calendar.
Do you want to? I'm going to lay the resolution over. I'll lay it over tomorrow. Let's try and do it tomorrow.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HJR 1011 lay over until tomorrow.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And House Joint Resolution 1011 will lay over until 6/8/21. Consideration of House amendments. Will the clerk please read the title To Senate Bill 250.
Senate Bill 250 by Senators Svenberg and Gonzalez and Representatives Lantina and Caraveo concerning modifications to certain statutes governing the conduct of elections and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 250.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 250. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of that motion. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 250.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 250. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes on the repassage of Senate Bill 250? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Sonnenberg, Woodward, Smallwood, Lundin, Rankin, Gardner, Cook, Liston, Simpson, Heisey, Coram. With 20 ayes, 12 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 250 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 194?
Senate Bill 194 by Senator Buckner and Representative Harrod concerning maternal health and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 194.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 194. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 194.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 194. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Lundin, Gardner, Simpson, Liston, Oram, Sonnenberg, Woodward, Rankin, Smallwood, Heisey. With 20 ayes, 12 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 194 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 280?
You want to ask for repassage?
Yep.
Senate Bill 280 by Andrew, Senator Fields and Representatives Wiseman and Soper concerning crimes that are bias motivated.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move to accept the House amendments to Senate Bill 280 and concur.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 280. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 280.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 280. Are there any no votes? With With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 280 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 021?
Senate Joint Resolution 21 by Senator Danielson concerning the General Assembly's support of the state of Colorado's efforts to preserve the state's flora and fauna through the protection of wildlife habitat connectivity.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt House amendments to Senate Joint Resolution 21.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Joint Resolution 021. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Joint Resolution 21 for habitat connectivity.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Joint Resolution 021. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 021 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 018?
Senate Bill 18, Senator Morano, represented by Escar, concerning considering the necessary to document program indefinitely in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 18.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 018. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. With 31 ayes, 1 no vote, 0 absent, and 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 18.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 018. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Lundin, Gardner, Liston. With 28 ayes, 4 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 018 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of the Senate Bill 027?
Senate Bill 27 by Senators Pedersen and Danielson, Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Tipper, concerning emergency supplies for Colorado babies and families in connection with providing diapering essentials through diaper distribution centers, making appropriation.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 27.
Is there any discussion? Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the words of the good senator from wherever the tornadoes hit today, I'll call your attention to one of the changes, and I'm gonna quote from page 7. The selection of any vendor pursuant to this subsection is exempt from the requirements of the procurement code. So I do have some concerns on this in respect to the good senator from Brighton.
Further discussion. Senator Pedersen. Having no further discussion, the motion before the body. Motion for the body is concurrence on House amendments to Senate Bill 027. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg, Cook, the Minority Leader, Heisey, Gardner, Woodward, Quorum, Liston, Simpson, Rankin, Priola, Smallwood, Lundin.
No one was counting, that's why it lost.
With 19 ayes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 27.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 027. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Simpson, Gardner, Lundin, Cook, Liston, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Woodward, Quorum, Rankin, Smallwood, Priola. With 19 ayes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 027 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 032?
Senate Bill 32 by Senator Donovan and Representative Ortiz concerning establishing mobile veteran support unit grant program in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 32.
Is there any discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the senator from Vail is not here to describe it, the House made amendments to change it to the Division of Local Government instead of the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, and also made sure that the mobile unit that is proposed to be created under this bill would be accessible under the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the motion is for concurrence on House amendments to Senate Bill 032. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 32 as amended.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 032 as amended. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 032 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 103?
Senate Bill 103 by Senators Finberg and Winter and Representative Escar concerning continuation of the Office of Consumer Counsel in connection with implementing the recommendations contained in the 2020 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agency regarding the Office of Consumer Counsel and the Utility Consumers Board and making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move to concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 103.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 103. Are there any no votes? Senator Woodward. Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Sonnenberg, Lundin, Gardner, Cook, Liston, Rankin. With 24 ayes, 8 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for final passage of Senate Bill 103.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 103. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Lundin, Sonnenberg, Woodward, Gardner, Cook, Liston, Heisey, Rankin, Smallwood. With 22 ayes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 103 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Hansen. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 146?
Senate Bill 146 by Senators Lee and Representative Bacon concerning measures to improve prison release outcomes and in connection with making and reducing appropriation.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for concurrence with the House amendments to Senate Bill 146.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 146. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg, Woodward. With 30 ayes, 2 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for repassage of Senate Bill 146.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 146. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Liston, Rankin, Woodward, Smallwood. With 27 aye votes, 5 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 146 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 169?
Senate Bill 169 by Senator Buckner and Representative Ricks and Escar concerning protecting consumers from unfair discrimination in insurance practices.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 169.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 169. Are there any no votes? Is there any discussion? Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Out of courtesy to my colleagues and to all the stakeholders who worked so closely with me on this Senate bill, I want to give you an explanation of the summary changes that were made in the House. We provided a revised definition of unfair discrimination, and this was revised in response to industry concerns. We also took out some information about enforcement and restitution because of industry concerns. We also added a new section to address life P&C industry concerns that the bill would limit their ability to use their traditional practices, including traditional underwriting practices. We also made several changes to address requests and concerns, including additions to the SMART Act reporting requirements, modifying the commercial exemption, removing fraud detection from insurance practice. And here's a note to all the sponsors. Disability and gender expression was added based on advocate-sponsor request. The other changes to the bill were aimed at addressing and responding to industry concerns. The section limiting enforcement actions to restitution for consumers and prospective changes was removed in light of industry questions and because the division has existing authority. What has changed from the Senate version? We added disability and gender expression to the list of protected class characteristics. The other big concern was the requirement for stakeholder engagement. We made so many changes to this bill because of the stakeholder process. And we added, to the extent practicable on the testing in recognition that carriers might not have data to perform such testing. We also made changes to carrier concerns. We also improved the SMART Act reporting requirements. We also extended the reporting timeline for 3 years to 2025 instead of 1 year as passed in the Senate. Notes to the sponsors. This addition was a House second reading amendment to address requests from NAMIC. With all of the changes that we have made to this, I want you to know how closely we listened to our stakeholders, all of them combined, and now we have a bill that is acceptable to the insurance community. With that, I am asking for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I asked for a no vote on concurrence. I will disclose I will be a no vote on the bill again. But I look back at the evolution of this bill, and Mr. President, I assure you I'll get to concurrence. But in order to explain my concern, this is the engrossed version of the bill. This is the version that we voted on third reading here in the Senate. In third reading, this bill passed 21-14. Now open up the engrossed version of Senate Bill 169, and you'll find that all of the wording that would become statute has double underline underneath it. What does that mean? Well, it means that the bill was amended with a strike below, either on a committee report, second reading. This is entirely different than the bill that was introduced, and that bill passed 21-14. Now, if you look at the revised edition, which would include the House amendments to the bill, and you open up, you'll notice that everything under the enacting clause, just like before, now everything under the enacting clause has gray shading. What does that mean? It means that when the House voted on this bill, they voted on a completely different bill than the Senate did. This is another strike below. So now, We have 2 strike belows from the bill as amended, and you know what happened when this bill passed third reading in the House? It passed on a party line vote. So, with 2 different strike belows at least, this bill is still moving forward through the process with party line votes. I really struggle to find where the improvement is. With all due respect to the sponsor, I ask for no vote on concurrence, and all disclosure, I'll be a no vote on the bill.
Senator Buckner.
In all due respect, and I respect all of you so much, the stakeholding process for this bill was long, deep, and wide. That reminds me of a song we sang in church, Deep and Wide. And we made enough concessions for this bill to make this an acceptable bill. And if you want to talk about party line, I crossed all lines for this bill. And I am proud of the results we received with this bill.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 169. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Cook, Liston, Sonnenberg, Lundin, Gardner, Simpson, Heisey, Coram, Smallwood, Priola, Rankin, Woodward. With 19 aye votes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Buckner. Senator Buckner.
I ask for the repassage of Senate Bill 169.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 169. Seeing no discussion, are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Cook, Woodward, Priola, Rankin, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Coram, Smallwood, Liston, Gardner, Lundin, Simpson. With 19 ayes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 169 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 199?
I had to write it out because I get nervous. Yeah, go ahead.
Senate Bill 199 by Senator Hawkins Lewis and Winter and Representative Escar and Gonzalez Gutierrez concerning measures to remove barriers to certain public opportunities and in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 199.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 199. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 199.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 199. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Lundin, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Smallwood, Rankin, Coram, Heisey. With 22 ayes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 199 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of the Senate Bill 242?
Senate Bill 242 by Senators Gonzalez and Pedersen and Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez and Woodrow concerning the expansion of allowable uses of the Housing Development Grant Fund in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 242.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 242. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 242.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 242. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Cook, Sonnenberg, Smallwood, Lundin, Liston, Gardner, Simpson, Heisey, Coram, Rankin. With 21 ayes, 11 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 042 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 243?
Senate Bill 243 by Senators Moreno and Representative McCluskey concerning annual appropriations to the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 243.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 243. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 243 as amended.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 243 as amended. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Gardner, Cook, Liston, Simpson, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Lundin, Coram, Smallwood. Coram. With 22 ayes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 243 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 289?
Senate Bill 289 by Senators Moreno and Rankin and Representative Harrod and Byrd concerning the creation of a cash fund consisting of certain money that the state receives from the federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund, so the money is available for appropriation only in other legislation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 289.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 289. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Rankin.
Mr. President, we move for the repassage of Senate Bill 289.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 289. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 289 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 291?
Senate Bill 291 by Senator Thenberg and Holbert and Representative Roberts and Van Winkle concerning the transfer of $40 million to the Colorado Economic Development Fund for the purpose of providing grants to businesses and for investing in economic development opportunities in response to the negative economic impacts of the coronavirus pandemic from the newly created Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund, which fund consists of certain money that the state receives from the federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund and in connection with making appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 291.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 291. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, that motion is adopted. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 291.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 291. Are there any no votes? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 291 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Sarah Cook. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, along with at least one of you, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 242.
The motion is for the immediate reconsideration of Senate Bill 252. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, 242. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Immediate reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 242?
Senate Bill 242 by Senators Gonzalez and Pedersen and Representative Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Woodrow concerning the expansion of allowable use of the Housing Development Grant Fund in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 242. Oh, all right, never mind.
Senator
My
Gonzalez.
bad. Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw said previous amendment since we've already done that, motion, and since we've already done that, and I move Senate Bill 242 on 17th reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 242. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Gardner,
2,
Simpson,
3,
Cook, Liston, Heisey, Sonneberg, Coram, Smallwood, Lundin, Rankin, Woodward. With 20 ayes, 12 no votes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 242 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Yeah, apparently a couple people, but give me like a second.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Consideration of governor's appointments. Will the clerk please read the appointments to the Air Quality Control Commission?
Members of the Air Quality Control Commission, for terms expiring January 31st, 2023, Michael Ogletree of Denver, Colorado, a person with appropriate scientific and technical training or experience, appointed. Charles George Grobe of Craig, Colorado, to serve as a person with appropriate industrial experience, reappointed. Randall Ahrens of Broomfield, Colorado, serve as a person with appropriate industrial experience and with private sector experience, appointed. Gerald Lee Arnold of Inglewood, Colorado, serve as a person with appropriate industrial experience and with labor experience, appointed.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of Michael Ogletree, Charles Grobe, Randall Ahrens, and Gerald Arnold to the Air Quality Control Commission. Is there any discussion?
Is there any discussion? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to sever the appointments for individual votes.
The Senator Winter.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, I apologize. I withdraw my motion to sever them all, and I make a motion to simply sever the appointment of Randall Ahrens.
Members, this is how we will proceed. First, we will take up a vote on all of the remaining appointments to the Air Quality Control Commission, and then a separate vote will be taken for Randall Ahrens. Is there any discussion on the remaining members of the Air Quality Commission? No discussion, seeing none. Are there any no votes on the other three members of the Air Quality Control Commission? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, those appointments are confirmed. The motion before the body is now the confirmation of Randall Ahrens of Broomfield to serve on the Air Quality Control Commission. Is there any discussion? Are there any no votes on this member? Senators Danielson, Huckes Lewis, Kolker, Hansen, Lee, Rodriguez, Winter, Zenzinger, Patterson, with Gonzalez. No votes, members. With 22 aye votes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Randall Ahrens of Broomfield is confirmed to the Air Quality Control Commission. Consideration of governor's appointments continued. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of Martha Rudolph, Curtis Reuter, and Anthony Gerber to the Air Quality Control Commission.
The motion is for the appointment of those members to the Air Quality Control Commission. Are there any no votes on any of those members to the Air Quality Control Commission? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, those members are confirmed. Is there any discussion, members? Are there any no votes on those members? With 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, those members are confirmed to the Air Quality Control Commission. Message from the House.
June 7th, Mr. President, the House has postponed indefinitely Senate Bill 273. The bill is returned herewith. The House has postponed indefinitely Senate Bill 176. The bill is returned herewith.
Conference committees to report.
First report on First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 248. This report amends the revised bill. To the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 248 concerning assistance for agriculture in Colorado in connection therewith establishing a loan program in the Department of Agriculture, transferring money from general fund to a new agriculture future loan program cash fund to be used for the loan program and making an appropriation has met and reports has agreed upon the following: that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill, so the amendments appear in the revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senators Garcia, Chair, Donovan and Simpson, House Committee, McCormick, Chair, Representative Roberts and Holtorf.
Announcements.
Hey, Steve.
Senator Buckner.
Mr. President, I'm asking for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
I know we're all tired. I'm exhausted. But I need to do this moment of personal privilege. This is my first year in the Senate. I'm getting to know all of you, and I want you to get to know me. I treat everyone with courtesy, kindness, and I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. My mother used to have a phrase that I remember all the time. She used to say, you know, Janet, even iron wears out. Even the metal iron wears out. I'm worn out. I am so tired of being marginalized. I am so tired of being marginalized. Tonight, I ran a very tough bill. Senate Bill 169. I knew when I decided to run this bill that it was going to be a difficult bill to pass. Regardless, I decided to take this bill on to make sure that everyone is treated fairly in the insurance industry. We're talking about external consumer data that is being used to judge all of us. Should I pay more for my life insurance just because I'm Black and get less insurance? No. Should I pay more for my car insurance because I live in a certain zip code? No. I'm tired of being marginalized. I told you this year I was going to be running substantive bills, and that's what I've done. And I should know better as an experienced 74-year-old woman to run such tough bills. But I'm not down here to play. I'm down here to make a difference in as many lives as I can. Tonight, when we did the concurrence with Senate Bill 169, I knew when that bill went over to the House that a lot of changes were going to be made. You know why we made changes? Because I listened to everyone. I listened to those people they did not want to change this bill, but I listened. I talked directly to the insurance commissioner with every doggone concern I heard, with all the text I got about how terrible my bill was. I told the insurance commissioner everything he needed to hear, and we made so many compromises. And tonight, I didn't have to give you the explanation of every change that was made, but you know why I did? Because I respect all of you that much to give you an explanation of the changes we made in that bill to make it more acceptable. This bill will never be acceptable to most people. But I'm doing what is important. I'm doing what I was sent here to do. So here I am giving an explanation of the changes we made out of kindness, out of respect more than kindness. And I'm still told that I'm running a terrible bill. I have never told anyone in this chamber, if I thought your bill wasn't a great bill, do you think I would come to your face and tell you that that was a terrible bill? Yes, we differ on opinions. We do. But it is so hurtful, in my opinion, to be told that I'm running a terrible bill when it's helping so many people. Even iron, I guess I can hear my mother saying this right now, even iron wears out. And yes, we have one more day, and I will be here tomorrow with a force and with a vengeance. But I couldn't let this go tonight, you all. I love everyone in this chamber. I love all of you. And I think I've shown you that by the way I treat you and the way I talk to all of you and how I get to know you. But please, please, don't marginalize me. It's hard enough being a Black woman who has gone through so much in my life. I was told yesterday that I have taught all of you so much, and I have, and some of you haven't heard my personal stories. And I've got some personal stories that one of these days I will share more with you. But when you have been marginalized as much as I have, it's really hard to take when people speak so negatively to you. And it may not be intentional, but I think it was intentional. Today in one of the committees, when Senator Winters and I were running a bill today, you all know which bill it was because we passed it tonight. But one of the ladies gave an example of environmental justice. And it was not intentional. I don't think she did this intentionally, but you know, she turned to me. Turned to me to explain something, and I know she turned to me. I don't think it was intentional, but it was really hurtful. And one of the ladies who testified today talked about people who can't go to swimming pools and what it's called. And it brought up something that I have told many people in this chamber. When I was a young girl, we weren't allowed to go to the swimming pools in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, because we were Black. There was a pool for Black kids and a pool for white. So when they integrated the pools and they opened up the pool for all of us, my mother said, "You're going to learn how to swim." So she took me to the white pool so I could learn how to swim. You know what they told me? They said, "You can come and swim the night before we drain the pool." Meaning, I could come the night they were going to drain the pool because the pool water was dirty. Do you know what kind of impression that leaves on you? Well, I didn't give up. My mother took me back to the pool again, and she says, "My daughter's going to take swimming lessons." So I took my swimming lessons, and on the night that I was going to get my certification, I was so proud. I swam halfway down the pool, and someone hollered and called me the N-word. Here I am, 74 years old, and I cannot forget this. I looked over, and a bunch of white guys were calling me the N-word. So I lost my composure. I went down to the bottom of the pool. The lifeguards had to come and get me, brought me out of the pool, did CPR on me. And all I could think about was those white guys calling me a name, and I thought I was going to die. I'm telling you this because you don't know what I've been through and why I work so hard for restorative justice and for any kind of justice for anyone. So when I talk about being marginalized, I don't know how much more of this I can take. But please, I'm a big girl. I'm doing this so my grandchildren can have a better life. And every bill I run, you all know, I put my heart and soul into it. And I will keep doing that. But don't tell me I'm running a bad bill when I'm helping people who are poor, people who don't have the education that I have, people who don't live in the right zip code. Don't tell me that I'm running a bad bill. Regardless of what's happened tonight, I still love all of you, and I'm going to give every person in this chamber the benefit of the doubt. And if you ever want to go to breakfast with me or lunch or come over to my house and sit on my patio, I'll tell you what it's like being a black woman or just a black person, period, who is marginalized, because I thought at 74 years old, things would be a little better. So I know it's late, but I can't take much more without telling everyone how I feel. I just can't anymore. So thank you for listening to me.
The Senate will stand at brief recess. Message from the House. The Senate will come back to order. Message from the House.
June 7th, Mr. President, in response to the request of the Senate for a second conference committee on House Bill 1065, the House has dissolved the first conference committee, and the Speaker has appointed Representatives Ortiz, Chairman Benavides, and Carver as House conferees on the second conference committee on House Bill 1065. The bill is transmitted herewith.
Announcements. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just really quickly, colleagues, if you have a stack of files on your filing cabinet, it is 10 after 10 p.m. Please file what you can in the next few minutes. It'll save the staff time. If we could do them that courtesy, that'd be great. Thank you.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're going to do a 10 a.m. start tomorrow. We shouldn't have too much to do. We just have some bills on thirds and a bunch of consideration of House amendments. And hopefully, we'll be able to call it a session, unless something weird happens. So, Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
The motion, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are some extra sandwiches over here. They are not going to last through the night probably, so you should take some with you. Jesse, you can take some too. You've been eyeing them all night. So take some sandwiches. Also, if you haven't turned in your sheet about what you want to do with your files and the journals and whatnot, please get that into the front desk and add your name to it so they know it came from you. Is that everything? Jesse said. And I think the senator from Wheat Ridge mentioned this, but please put files onto your desk if you don't need them filed, and therefore the assignables can go home as well, and we can get things sorted out tomorrow when we're all back here.
Members, one announcement. Two, you will not get a pardon if you have a fine due to the Senate, which includes Senator Liston, Senator Fenberg, Senator Rodriguez, and Senator Rankin. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And the Senate will stand in adjournment until 10 other hours on Tuesday, June 8th, 2021.